Yep. Okay. Now we're live.
Now we're live?
Yeah, and we are streaming to R3, so we're good now, buddy.
Perfect.
Sometimes you just got to do a reboot.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so I mean you took a little bootlegging trip down to Jacksonville, saw Randy's setup.
Yep.
I mean,
Oh shit! It came back having trouble. On
huh?
my, it came back having trouble on my page. But we're still on Cassie's and my on the YouTube, so we're good. We can keep it
Sure.
running.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I ran up to Jacksonville this morning. Met up with the guy, did a bootleg, and yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, ran by afterwards and saw Randy. He's doing that. He told me it's nothing but strawberry. No sugar, no
Strawberry.
all strawberry juice. It's like, dude, when it start coming out, that's all you can smell strawberry.
Right. Right. And that's like I stand by Randy and what he does. Truth be told, you know, Randy's been with me from the very beginning. Like I reached out to Randy on my very first run that I ever did, and I was sitting there with my still, for 8 hours, and nothing was coming out whatsoever. And I was very ignorant to it at the time. And I was like, "Hey, like, what am I doing wrong?" And he's like, "Well, it's like, why don't you crank that heat up? Crank the heat up a little bit on your still." And sure as shit, within 15 minutes, that sucker started to drip. So it's like when people like Randy, Afraid Not, James Aubrey, Bad Santa, Philly Billy, Damon, Donald Dyer, like, man, I love every single one of them guys because every single one of them has their own unique way of doing something, and they inform you on their own knowledge that you're able to incorporate it to your own way of doing it.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right. Um,
But when people try to belittle others, like what they did with Randy, coming to find out on the process, unless you are truly doing something with moonshine and it is your life and you are actually making a big impact in your country, in your community with what you do,
right.
you're not allowed to say a damn thing about how somebody else is doing it unless you know what you're doing something that's above and beyond. You can give people advice, you can be kind, you can be caring, you can give them, different suggestions and stuff like that, but don't belittle somebody. Don't
Right.
try and make them feel stupid. That's not okay because that person still works different than yours still. You have a way of doing it that works best for you, and that person has a way that works best for him.
Absolutely. And you know, it, it's all the same. But you could take my mash and run it at your still, and me running it at my still. It's going to come out totally different every
It's
time.
going to be different.
Yeah.
Going to be different.
It can be exact same mash. I don't care. It's going to be different.
Same recipe and everything. It's going to be different.
Yeah. Hey,
So
I want to start off by thanking you for coming on and doing this podcast with me tonight. Um, a lot of people don't know about you or know of you. There are a lot of people in the moonshine community that know about you and know of you and whatnot. But that's kind of why I want to do this and why I like to do these podcasts to get people more familiar and, I mean, just as well, other moonshiners that don't know about you, other people as well. So I just kind of
right,
wanted to reach out and get you on here and get your story and just kind of talk about things and just kind of let people know who you are. And I
right.
want to tell you also along the way, there's going to be comments that Cassie usually keeps up with the comments for me, but she's in London right now. And in fact, I woke her up a while ago. She got mad at me because I woke her up. So I'm trying to sleep. But
Yeah,
anyway, so I'll be trying to keep up with the comments and making comments as we go. All right.
absolutely.
Just to keep you aware.
Absolutely. So, just a little back history on me is, I grew up in Colorado, and I ended up moving out to Los Angeles, not knowing what California was really about. I just thought it was like, oh, the city life, like, oh, I want to go live in Los Angeles. And blah, blah. Well, I knew that was a mistake once I got there.
Yeah.
And then I ended up in Tennessee. And the wonderful thing about it is my grandfather, who was always my idol, he played in a bluegrass band.
Oh, nice.
And my favorite song was always Rocky Top, Tennessee. Always. And not even knowing that was the anthem to the Vaults. I had no idea. That was just my go-to song. Every time he sang and he would bring me to one of his shows, I would always ask him to play Rocky Top, Tennessee.
Nice.
And, I ended up there. And he taught me a lot about, making liquor, because he was the guy that would make his own liquor, and he would go fishing up in Canada, and bringing your own liquor from the United States into Canada was highly illegal then, right?
It's
So
illegal.
he taught me that, he would go and he would fill up jugs of windshield washer fluid with his own whiskey, or his own moonshine, and then he would add blue color food coloring to it just to make it pass as windshield washer fluid.
Yeah, I love that idea.
Like, I mean, that was the man he was. So, I kind of got it into me to where, a lot of things happened that brought me here, and to Mexico. And, which a lot of it was a great decision on my end, because, I'm now retired. I'm 36 years old. And when I first came here, like, I figured, I'm done working. I don't need to do anything more. I have the houses that I want. I have great supplemental income. I'm okay. I'm fine. But then I started noticing how the people lived around here. And that really kind of got attached to me, to where I didn't want to see people living the life that they do of, maybe bringing in, $100 a week. And I was like, what can I do to improve the community? What can I do to improve the town? I was like, you know what?
Let's get them all drunk.
Right. Like, but it's not about getting everybody drunk. It's about bringing something new to Mexico that doesn't exist. And when you do something like that, you're bringing tourism, which with other people and their businesses that they have going on, that brings more people, which can benefit their company, or, their little small business. It will also bring the property values up, because they see that it's more of a tourist destination than just some forgotten town.
Right.
And I've been getting great support from the government. I've been getting great support from the local people. I've been getting great support from national celebrities about this. And we're growing, and we're building. And I mean, is it a slow process? Yes, in a literal sense it is, but to most individuals, especially people that are getting involved in the distillation business. I'm growing at 100 times faster than they are.
I guarantee you are.
Right. So, and that's been the main focus. And that's why, with all my ingredients that I get from, you know, all my ingredients that go towards my moonshine all comes from the local farmers. It all comes from the local people in the market. I keep everything local because I believe in reinvesting into my town and my community to build it up. I've had a lot of people ask me, saying, "Hey, do you want us to send you this yeast?" Or, "Hey, do you want us to send you this amylase?" It's like, no. Like, I appreciate it, but it would go against from what I stand by, what I started this whole company by. And that was to grow my town, to reinvest into my town and have them be successful as well and live a great life.
Cool.
So
that's really cool as you can help out your community that you live in and help them grow as people and humans and create a whole new business.
Yeah.
And I did notice I took the liberty of following some of your videos on Facebook and TikTok, and it looks like a pretty cool community, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's starting to be. When I came here, it was it's kind of like a very dead community. Because it was just people that grew up here, that this is all they know, and they just know to keep to themselves, and they've never had help from the outside world.
Oh.
And when they see somebody actually caring about them and not just ourselves, people start to gravitate. It was like through the Dia dos Muertos. That's a very special holiday to them, which
What does that mean?
for us Americans is just Halloween, right?
Whoops.
I'm not sure what that was, but for them, they put it back to their ancestors, and they go and they light candles on their graves and put food on their graves, just as it's like a light for their ancestors to come back and visit through that time. Now, I know not a lot of people here can even afford to put candles on their ancestors' graves, so I took it upon myself, and I first donated 1,000 candles. I bought 1,000 candles to go and put on all the graves in the cemetery here in Tuisla. Wow. And then I found out that it wasn't just one day, but it's a 3-day process that this happened. Yeah, so it goes from the 31st all the way to November 2nd. So I was like, okay, well, the candles are going to be burned out. So, okay, well, you know what? I'm going to donate another 1,000 candles just to make sure that the cemetery is lit and that everybody has their ancestors that will come to visit and that will enjoy the cemetery. Sure, and that's what I did, awesome. And that's one of the few things. Another thing is, I brought in a rodeo here for the whole town to come in and enjoy,
To that video, I meant to make a comment on that guy riding the bulls. Is that you?
Yeah. No. I was in football at the time, so you're not going to catch me riding a bull. Like, I'm expected to play, and I'm paid to play. So no, I can't do that. But if it was in the off season, best believe I would have done that. But yeah, so I mean, there's just all those different things that I'm trying to do for the town to really bring the attraction here. I mean, yeah, as I said, the rodeo was one, the candlelight was another. I've been doing multiple raffles throughout the community to where, it's just like people that just come and follow that you have the chance to win a 1,000 pesos, which I know to Americans isn't a lot because it's only like $75. But to them, that's a lot of them is a week's paycheck,
Yeah, you're right.
and they live
Well,
off of it. So,
I know.
you
I
know,
know.
if I'm able to do that every single week, then everybody appreciates it. Everybody comes in, and you know, when you have a town that supports what you're doing, especially when you're somebody that's not from the country, that shows that you're actually making a big impact.
Yeah,
And that's what the sole purpose of it is to impact the community in the best way.
absolutely. I'm, I'm a little bit distracted here, Patrick.
I'm not that beautiful.
I've always loved your humor. No, everything on this computer has been jacked up, and I had some videos to share, some pictures, and now I'm having to find them all over again and do it. And so, just you know, um, so where exactly are you in Mexico?
I am in Tuixtla, Morelos. So I am 2 hours from Mexico City southbound, and I am 2 hours from Acapulco eastbound.
That's what I thought. I thought you were
Yep.
close to Acapulco. Um,
Yep.
Now, you were recently recognized by a Chef Susan, I believe. Is that right?
Yep. Susana Palazuelos.
Susanna, yes. I'm real bad
Yep.
with names.
No, it's fine. Yeah, no, she was she it not was, but she is a very famous chef here. And she was the one that anytime that a president from a different country or like the Queen of England would come in, that she was designated their chef. Like that was her. She was the one that was cooking for them.
Cool.
And that was it. And her son, um, I forgot his name, but he's a very famous TV show, you know,
Okay.
a celebrity here, and he owns like I don't know, I think it's like 30 or 40 restaurants around
Wow.
Mexico. Yeah. Um, but they're definitely in full support of the moonshine. I'm weeks away now from having the full permits and licensing for it, to where then they're going to put it in all of their restaurants, and then they're going to be putting me involved with other events with other restaurant and bar and club owners to have me put my bottles in with their places. And this is going all around Mexico.
Cool.
Um, Another big thing is because they know that, you know, my license is damn near immediate at this point, that I got a spot into the Crash My Playa in Cancun that's held by oh damn I God I'm trying, what's his name? Luke Bryan, sorry.
Oh, look,
Luke
Brian.
Bryan and all the country artists from Nashville all come down to this event, and they play at the Crash My Playa, and they brought me in to just build up the company. And it was such a blessing because they're not asking me to pay anything for it, for my spot. They just said, hey, we support what you're doing, and we want to back you. So, you know, it was just it's just all been a blessing of how everything's been going.
That's awesome, man. Really glad to hear that. Yeah, so what kind of moonshine are you making?
So I'm making a corn whiskey.
Okay.
You know, I use three simple ingredients: corn, sugar, yeast.
Can you get simpler than that?
That's it. That's it.
So, the corn you got there, and I know we've talked about this before on other podcasts, and everybody
Mm-hmm.
uses man or Bloody Butcher or yellow dent, you name it. So, what kind of corn is it that you guys have there?
I mean, you have blue corn, you have white corn, red corn. I mean, they don't have specific names for it here in
Oh,
Mexico. So what I use blue corn. You know, I love the way that it tastes. I love the way that it ferments. I love the way that if you're going to run a sour mash, that the sour mash comes out even better than the first, right?
it always does. It always comes out.
All day, every day. You know, but there is a lot of people that do disagree with it. But you
Uh,
know,
I don't. I know
right?
every sour mash I've had was better than the first batch, and
Sure,
I've done a sour mash with my potatoes, and it came out much better.
right, right.
So people can say what it's just like this, Patrick. I was told years ago when I first got started in this, I started running my shine through charcoal, and I went on a moonshine group, and this guy told me I was wasting my time. I wasn't making a difference until I went through this whole slew of charcoal. I was like, oh, dude, I can tell a big difference with just about this much.
Right.
And dude, you can tell a difference big time. So yeah, everybody's got an opinion. Everybody thinks they know everything. And it's like, just like we were talking earlier
Yeah.
about the discussion we had, everybody thinks they know it all. They don't.
Right. And see, and that's why I try not to get myself involved in, you know, discussing my process or anything like that. I mean, unless somebody like truly asks and they're looking for help, then you
Right.
know, I'll give them my 2 cents. It doesn't mean that it's going to be the 100% correct way, but it's the way that I do it,
The way you do
you
it.
know.
Exactly.
And you know, and that's the way that it should be.
Yeah.
But
It,
uh,
and then if
everybody, you know, they try to play the smartest guy in the room and that they know it all and they know the different measurements and the pH levels of how to get it this way and how to get it that way and blah blah blah. Okay, you know what? Unless you are living here at my house and you deal with the same climate that I do, you don't know what I'm dealing with.
right, I agree.
Because it's different.
You're going to have your slight differences, but it will make a big difference on the end. So yeah, you're totally right, bro.
But you know, as I said, is I've yet to deal with anybody like that. I mean, I think I may have dealt with one at one point, and I just kind of brushed him off. But you know, everybody has been just like very, very helpful. Especially you know, like James Aubrey, Frayed Knot, you know, Randy, Philly Billy, Bad Santa, Damon, Donald Dyer, like everybody that is a part of that Moonshine Militia and everybody that is a part of that Moonshine Collective group, they are all wonderful people. At least today, you know, bless her soul, like she's a wonderful person, and I just I'm grateful just to have people like you in my corner and everybody else, you know. So
Absolutely.
it,
I'm
that's
gonna,
just how I feel about it.
so I'm going to change it up just a second here. We started off not doing the Morgan the Moonshine tradition. We got to do shots at the beginning of this thing, man.
Oh, hey, well, hot
we,
damn.
we forgot.
That's right, Uncle Moonshine. Like, let me finish this one and then I'm just going to go grab this other bottle here.
And I got to tell you, while he's here watching, this is Randy's strawberry that he just made. It's
Hot
freaking
damn.
delicious. It's
It's
delicious.
delicious, ain't it? I bet it is. I bet it goddamn is.
Dude, all you smell is strawberry. That's it. It's strawberry through and through. And this is 140 proof. You just saw me do a shot.
Hot damn. So everything that I make here is 80 proof.
Well, I was kind of in a rush when I left there. He wanted me to take it home with me. And we put the hydrometer in. It was 140 proof right at the beginning of the part. And I was like,
Right.
well, so I got home and dude, that's the first shot I took. I did a shot there. And I had a 3-hour drive. He kept giving me samples. Here, try this. Dude, I got a 3-hour drive
Right.
and a podcast to do tonight.
Well, I mean that's what I was like with the mixologist when he was making me drink after drink after drink after drink after drink. And it was like, well, here, you drink this. And it was like, you're not talking just like a taster. No, these are full drinks. Like it was a full goddamn wine glass, or it was a full like clay pot cup, you know? It was like, here, no, have this, have this. It's like, shit, like I got this podcast earlier. Like I need to slow my roll down. But not anymore because I'm here and I'm ready to come and have some drinks with you.
All right. That's cool.
So
Yeah,
this right here, this everything that I do is all post infusion as far as flavoring goes. You know, that's where you get the most flavor from.
right.
And as far as here in Mexico, you know, people look at what they're drinking first.
Yeah.
And they're not looking at it clear like they do in the United States. Like good moonshine, you look at it and you want to see it clear. You know, and if there's that little flavor added to it that you're gonna taste, like, yeah, okay, it's gonna be there on the bottle. And you're gonna search hard for that flavor.
Right.
You know, but when it comes to post infusion, that flavor is gonna be there.
Right.
100%.
100%. I totally agree. I just recently started probably 6 months ago where I'm doing the infusion through a thumper while I cook. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I used to use a high content of that flavor, and I change it out every jar. So that's how I'm carrying over the flavor.
Right.
But it's 100% clear, and I proof it down to 100 proof.
Right.
But it has every bit of the flavor, and it's clear. You know, but like you say, people see that clear, and then they smell it. They smell the root beer or coffee or whatever, and it's like, oh my god.
But I mean, and like I appreciate that process to the fullest. I mean, coming from the United States, like I've kind of had the best of both worlds when it comes to that. But as far as like the naked eye, okay, we'll just go with the naked eye. If you have a bottle of clear that says mango habanero, or you have a bottle of this that says mango habanero, which one are they going to believe? Which is mango habanero?
Exactly.
Which one what are they going to put into their mind being like, okay, you know what? That's mango habanero.
You're right. Absolutely right.
You know, so once you put it into your mind, you know, you're already there in looking for the taste. And then the next taste of the human body is with smell, right? So you already got it in the glass, then you smell it. And then you get the aroma that comes from the mango and the habanero. So once you smell it, now you got two things that have put into your mind of what you're about to taste. So now you've manipulated your mind to knowing that this is what you're about to drink. So, you know, I rather have something that I'm going to enjoy rather than trying to be a perfectionist in some clear drink that I'm just going to get a little hint of liquor from. No, like, no, I like to enjoy things. I like to have something that tastes what I'm wanting it to taste like.
Right.
You know, that's what I appreciate about like all the master distillers. You know, they go in with a base liquor and then they add flavoring to it post infusion.
Right.
Not during distillation process. No, post infusion.
I got you. I do post. I got a lot of posts.
You're right. And you love it more. Don't lie to me. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not, but at the same time, I'm saying it can be done. And then once you do that, once you have that distilled flavor, then you're mixing with other things to enhance those flavors.
Right. Right. I'm not discrediting, infusing flavor during your distillation process, because that could benefit you more in your post infusion process
Right.
with
Absolutely.
added flavor.
Absolutely.
So like I did what, 20 gallons that was all honey infused during the distillation process.
That's tough.
And that, I mean, it came out phenomenal. And the honey that I'll get here, I'll show you the honey that I receive here.
Hey, Patrick, while you're stepped away, I'm going to read the comments. Randy says, thank you, Patrick. That info on sour mash on point. I told you it would taste sweet on the end products better. Can't wait to visit you. Then my shadow says, what about me? Ha ha ha.
Who said that?
Mark Morgan. We call him my shadow. He's got the same
name. Okay.
Yeah. He lives in Virginia.
Okay.
But then he says, I forgot identity exists. LOL. Andrew Martin says 140 proof day. Randy comes back and says, oh my God, Uncle, 140. Heart's heads were 155. He's right now he's at 80 proof right now. Started off with 18% alcohol when that started off with that strawberry.
Yeah.
I wanted to taste that and I forgot. I wanted to taste the wine itself before I left. And I forgot.
Yeah.
18 proof. Dude, all you can smell was strawberry on that. I was like, God damn. And right now, when you take a sip of it, it's like that strawberry just stays right there.
See, I wish I could get like even just samples of all of your guys' stuff down here. Like, it would be fantastic, but I don't believe that they would even make it through customs.
Right?
They'd be like, what's this? Nope.
Nope.
So
James Aubrey says, two great dudes, my brothers. Hey, James, good to see you, buddy. Jennifer Kennedy finally made it. She finally made it on here. Andrew Martin, I do both during and post. Yeah, same here, Andrew. That's what we are just talking about. I do during.
Can you bring those up onto my screen or no? There are comments?
No. Are you on? I can't. Do you have two devices, like a lap? Are you on a laptop right now?
No, I'm on my cell phone.
Okay. Yeah, if you had a separate phone, you can see the comments as well.
Okay.
That's what I'm doing over here, just in case.
I just look at it because usually, like when Philly Billy does his stuff, that he's able to bring the comments up, so all of us see them.
I can do that. I'm sorry, my bad. I'm totally an idiot. All right, so I've read them all to you except for here. Okay, and here's Andrew again. I'll put it up there. I'm sorry, buddy.
Oh, there it is. I make banana brandy and post flavor with apple pie.
Cool.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah.
Terry from Hillbilly Glass Barrel says, hey.
Is Hillbilly on right now?
Well,
is he watching?
We're talking about a different Hillbilly.
No, Hillbilly Glass.
Yeah, he's watching. Yeah, Terry. Terry's in.
He's on right now. Hold on, Terry. I got something for you.
How did that just fucking happen? Is Cassie in here?
Hot damn Hillbilly. Check this out. What I just got in.
Hell yeah.
Can't argue with it. It is a blessing from him. I got your caps here. Nice. I just received them today.
Cool.
Just received them today. And I am extremely excited about it. You know, I can't thank you enough for sending them down this way. You know, I know it was a hassle to have them get here. But best believe that I'm going to be making a video about them tomorrow through the process. And then, as I told you, that I will give an update here in 3 months with what the product is looking like and what it's doing. So
I got
super excited.
I have 2 jars of mine. He sent me some lids, and I got 2 jars. I got the cherry and the oak. They're going right now. It's been 1 month. So after 2 more months, they already got some color to them. Looking good. I mean, it got color instantly. It's like, whoa, that was quick.
Right. I mean, this is honestly a genius idea.
I love
100%. This is a genius idea of how he did this and how he designed this, because it goes here in Mexico. I can't really speak for the United States, but here in Mexico, you know, only the rich drink whiskey here. So if I'm able just to provide them some clear moonshine, and then they just put it in a jar and they set it upside down and they shake it every now and then, leave it there for a couple months, and they got themselves some good whiskey, because all the heads, all the bad shit, everything's all taken out. Like, you actually have a great product. Like, it's absolutely genius.
Yeah,
Absolutely genius. So, I mean, there's a big credit to him. I know so you got some haters out there about, the process and how long it takes and blah, blah, blah. You know what? Hillbilly, I stand by you. I run by you. And I think what you're doing and your design is fucking phenomenal.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's cool. Hey, I want to step back for a minute. You were talking earlier about, or we were, about the chef that has endorsed you. I actually have a picture of her here. There we go.
Yep.
That's
Susana Palazuelos.
Yeah.
Wonderful woman.
I also wanted to show what you're about and your logo.
Sure.
Let me get rid of the comment if I can. There we go.
Yeah.
Cassie's a lot better. Here's a picture of you. Well, I like that picture, man. It's awesome. So what are you holding up there?
Those are 2 of my bottles. That is a red fruit on my right-hand side, which is a strawberry, raspberry, blackberry, and blueberry, all post infusion. And then on my left side, right there, was a what we call pepino, which in America is cucumber.
Oh wow, dude, I love cucumber. In fact, while my daughter Cassie, she's made some kombuchas.
Yeah.
And made it out of cucumber. And I'll tell you what, man, those are delicious.
Oh yeah. I mean, cucumber is very hard to argue with, especially when it comes to infusions. It's just, it's beyond this world. But yeah, that's Susana Palazuelos.
Yeah.
They're at one of her restaurants, and she's just waiting for my license and my permit to come through, to where she's going to promote the hell out of it. That's and awesome. I can't wait.
Hell yeah.
And, as I've told everybody that's been helping me along the way, everybody is going to benefit from it. Like, I'm about growing the moonshine community bigger than what it even is in the United States. Because the truth behind it is moonshine is big in more of the deep South, and it's starting to grow. It's starting to grow into the other states, but it's just not there yet.
Right.
So once we make it more relative worldwide and into different countries, then it's going to get recognized even more.
Yep.
And that's what I want to do, is to help it grow and get recognized more for the United States, for Mexico, for Canada, through Australia, Europe, I mean, there's people that I talk to from all over the world, surprisingly, especially different shiners and stuff. And I get all their inputs of what they're doing and where they want to see themselves at, and so on and so forth. So, if I can be one of the legs to help moonshine itself grow, then that's what I'm going to do.
Cool. Randy says he loves his lids, and yes, it's time for a video of the color change in each jar. Age their own. Will be a hit. It's a hit. I'll take care of them haters. And then Hillbilly, wait, I have haters?
Hillbilly, when you're doing something right, you will always have haters, brother.
Always, always,
always. Yeah, it's like they have that saying out there: is when the devil is quiet, that you're doing something wrong, but when the devil is loud, you're doing everything right.
Yep.
So, you know what, you just keep doing what you're doing, and there's people like myself, Mark Morgan, Randy, and everybody here that are going to stand behind you, brother.
Yep.
Always.
Absolutely. Yeah, Terry already knows I stand behind him 100%.
Right.
Randy says, I want the first case of each flavor when it hits the USA.
You know what? For me, I'm not going to be importing into the United States. I want to keep that open for all the other distilleries that are trying to grow, and try and become something. I don't want to be anybody's competition whatsoever. I rather sit there and, give any help that I can give, or and vice versa. If I can get some help from some people, like I would love to receive that. But I don't want to be anybody's competition. I don't want to step on anybody's toes. I don't want to take food out of anybody's, table or mouth. I rather just have us all grow as just one. And that's why I prefer to stay in Mexico, and that's what I'm going to choose to do.
Cool. Good for you, man.
I mean, why would I want to go against competition in the United States when I have zero competition here in the whole country?
I can't argue with that. I can't argue with that.
Right.
And so, I have to ask, now do you have one still or two?
I have two.
Okay, and those were made by
Copper Still Co. Adam Burgess.
Yeah, Adam.
For me, I told him from the beginning that this is a beginning process, and we create a great business relationship that all my stills are going to be coming from him. And I stand by that too. Now I've been offered other stills, but I stick on my loyalty. I stick on my loyalty through the people that have helped me and that are there and providing me the best quality, material, products, ingredients there is. And that's who I'm going to keep with me at all times, because I want to see them grow. I mean, I've heard people, talk about Adam saying that his process is very slow and that he still use hand tools and blah, blah, blah to make his stills. Well, okay, that's great. But guess what? His stills are fucking phenomenal.
They are.
They are beautiful, beautiful machines. Like, you cannot literally argue that his quality craftsmanship is at the top. So it's like, why not support the small business too?
I'm always watching his videos on TikTok, and what him and his wife do, it's like, oh my God. I mean, they go into detail.
I wish his wife could teach me how to clean my fucking copper. I wish. Like, the way that she polishes it is just out of this world. Like, I've tried 3 different times, and it has never come out the way that she does it. It's like, how?
Speaking of which, I have a picture with you with your still when you first got it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
How pretty is that?
That's gorgeous. So when I first got that still, right? Okay. Let me retract a little bit. So I was the person that got this idea of wanting to make moonshine and make whiskey here. Never done it before in my life. And I told Adam, I want 2 of the same. I want 2 stills of the same.
Right.
And he was like, well, I've never had anybody order just two of them at the same time. Like, well, now you have. Now you can say you have that person because that's who I am.
I have at one point I downloaded a picture of both of them getting ready to be shipped out from Copper Still Co. But it's hard for me to bring it up. Yeah, I had it at one point, but that's why I asked about it. And what size are those still?
40 gallons.
40-gallon pot. What's the thumper?
40-gallon pot.
What's the thumper at?
Thumper is at 10 gallons. My worm's at 5.
Nice. Cool.
Yeah.
So how do you cool your water in the process? I think we talked about this before on another podcast.
Yeah. So before I was the first time that I was doing this, I was running. I had my own 2 little pumps and these little, 15-gallon barrels, filled with water. And then I started realizing that they would get so hot, from the worm and the condenser. And it was like I kept throwing ice in them. And then I'd get to the point to where I would literally stun my thumper and I would create a vapor lock. And I was like, God, like how? Right. Like it was just, it was so gut wrenching. And then I spoke with James Aubrey. And James Aubrey, yes, sir. Yes, sir. That man is a genius. And I have a well system that is on a 500-gallon continuous. And he's like, well, he's like, why don't you just run your pumps into your well system and have them feed into your worm? And I said, that's brilliant because there's no way through that run that it is going to warm that temperature up through 500 gallons. And that's exactly what I've been doing ever since. And ever since then, I've produced twice the amount of liquor than what I did from using those little 15-gallon barrels that I had.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean that's what I really just like greatly appreciate about this whole community is just everybody just has such different ideas and great ways to advance your own product that you can take it from. And when people reach out like that, right, it's just a blessing. And it's, why not try to find a way to help them as well?
I want to catch up on the comments because I'm behind.
Sure.
This one's to Randy, I believe. Randy, your taste amazing. Excited to see what else is to come out. Hell yeah. That strawberry is really good, Jennifer. You got to try it. And then Terry says, appreciate y'all from Hillbilly. Roy Werner got a cucumber watermelon ginger batch working up. Wow. That'll be interesting. I like that.
The ginger. The ginger coming in.
Then Randy says, then I'll definitely be bootlegging some for myself because you made it. LOL, Outlaws got to stay sharp. You're right. But Randy and I talked earlier when I was up there. It's hard for me to keep up So Randy's going to step up and he's going to help supply my customers. Hell yeah.
Right? Absolutely.
Why not? Hell yeah. We're both profit off of this deal.
Yeah, yeah.
Then James Aubrey says, yeah, he's very loyal to the suppliers and friends.
Absolutely.
He says, thanks for the compliments, brother. Yeah, absolutely, man. Randy says, that's a brilliant idea. He's so talented in many aspects and down to earth. Yeah, absolutely, James. We all love you, buddy. And Randy says again, she has some. Oh, she was. She was just.
She was here during the second run.
Oh, I must have caught him on the third run. That's right. Yeah. It is good. It's really good. Back, I think it's time for shots. Let's ring them bell.
Hey, let's do that. You know what? But I'm gonna change it up. I got to change mine from. Huh?
I'm sticking to the strawberry.
Oh, you stick to the strawberry, but
What?
brother, I got so many different flavors going on right now.
Randy also took me home with this. He sent me home with this. I love this stuff. He sent me home with it before and it's already gone. So he sent me home with another quart. This is 3-grain corn, barley, and wheat. Been aged on oak since March of 23. This is good. This is good.
This is one.
My mixed drink.
This is one that I just did. Oh, hold on. And this is a plum.
I got a picture of that.
Of the plum?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, because I literally just did it today.
Oh no, okay. It's something different.
Yeah. No. This is a plum infusion, and this one, the mixologist fell in love with, just because the aroma.
Videos and pictures. I can't.
Oh man.
Oh man.
The aroma that comes off of it is just out of this world.
I might want to proof down that 140 proof strawberries.
Yeah, because if you and I are going shot for shot, I guarantee I'm going to outlast you very fast. I'm drinking damn near half of what you're drinking.
I got a picture of a bottle that you had. I don't know if you sent it to me or if I got it off the internet or what, but tell me what's in this bottle. Oh, it's just the lighting.
Yeah, so that's just the lighting. So that came from the event that I sponsored for the.
It's not the same.
Okay, that one's in Acapulco.
Okay.
That's when I was meeting with Susana Palazuelos. That one.
Okay.
Yep. That one is from when I met with Susana Palazuelos.
Nice.
Down in Acapulco. The other one that you showed a picture of was at the event that I sponsored here in town. Yeah. And it was the rodeo, but then also put in a town party where we hired a band and had them play out till about 4:00 in the morning. Yeah, there was my sand right there from it. It was pretty wild. That was a 2-week festival that I was down there in. Yeah. Oh man, and it doesn't stop either. It's just like that's when I was really first started getting going. And I had 286 bottles of liquor, and it was gone in the first week, just from people buying it.
Damn.
Yeah.
That brings up another question because I know everything's cheaper in Mexico, and they're on a low income. I've been to other countries. I've been to Israel. I've been to Egypt.
Yeah.
Third world countries. So these guys, well, they work their asses off. They work 2 or 3 jobs, And just so you guys and you viewers and listeners, just so you know, like this guy I met in Egypt, he was my chauffeur when I was over there, right? I was
Mhm.
over there. I can't go into detail while I was there. I'm sorry, I can't. But anyway,
Right.
um, he was a government official, basically a chauffeur, and this guy only made $16,000. No, $6,000 a year working
A
three
year.
jobs
A
a year,
year.
working
Yeah.
three jobs, and he was wealthy.
Right. Right.
It's like he had, I forget how many family members he had to feed, but that's why he did the three jobs because he had so many mouths to feed. But
Right.
with the three jobs, $6,000 a year, I was like, dude, and that was
And
way back.
well, that's why I was saying earlier is that these people make $100 a week.
Yeah,
There's 52 weeks in the year.
that's
That's
crazy.
$5,200 per year.
Yeah,
And they
yeah.
somehow manage to live off of that.
So that brings me to my question, original question. So when you're selling your liquor, what do you sell it for there in Mexico? How much?
So I sell it at 350 pesos per
Which is
bottle.
which is
It's
equivalent to
at
about.
19 pesos to the dollar.
Oh, okay, my bad. So
So
about
now, could I sell it for more? Yes, I could.
what's that?
But that takes away from my intentions
Right.
because I want something that is good for everybody to be able to enjoy and not just the rich that
Right.
people
Absolutely.
think from the beginning that oh if you drink whiskey you're rich you're the rich we can't afford that and it's true because here like a bottle of Johnny Walker Black costs $80.
God damn.
Yeah, no, it's super expensive for Johnny Walker Black. You
Well,
know,
I
so
guess
that's why, and it comes all from the import taxes.
right. Right.
You know that I mean that's what's behind it.
Oh, yeah.
But you know, so now it's like I created something that one is much better than fucking Johnny Walker Black. Okay, that is not going to make you feel like hammered ass in the morning,
Right.
and you're going to enjoy it and appreciate it for a fraction of the cost because it's like it's not just about attracting the rich; it's about attracting all classes,
Yeah. And
all
having a good
classes,
time and just enjoying and yeah.
and
Exactly.
that's it, and
I
that's it.
I want to get caught back up on the comments again. We were doing
Sure.
shop. We were talking about me doing 140 proof. This is what James had to say. Yeah, Mark Cheeks. Strawberry's working on me. I'll see you,
Hell
bro. I'll see
yeah.
you tomorrow. Mark Cheeks ain't going. How you doing, James? And he says, "Cheers, brother. I was chasing leaks." Or that
Heck
was
yeah.
Jason Fisher. Jason Fisher. Yeah, cool, Jason. Thanks for coming in, buddy. Sorry, for some reason, StreamYard sent me a notice earlier today, this morning, in fact, talking about they're having a hard time streaming to Facebook. They're apologizing. They're working with Facebook, but so I'm glad you was able to come through on Cassie's link. My personal group, people aren't able to come in, so I just put a text out there on my group that people should need to either go to Cassie's link or come into through YouTube.
Mhm.
Oh, he's at 60 proof. So smooth with strong berry flavor, same as my flavor watered down. Yeah, absolutely, Randy. That's what I use my tails for is to add to proof it down, and it still has that flavor of the strawberry. So absolutely, man, that's exactly how I use it. A lot
And
of
see,
people don't.
when you're operating on a smaller scale of that nature, you can take that extra time and running those tails and being proving it all your liquor down with your tails. Me personally, I don't have that time.
That's what I was talking to Randy about earlier. I said, a lot of people take it down to zero. I've heard people taking it, I should say a lot, but I've heard of people take it down to zero. I
Sure.
don't have the time for that. I'm
No.
sorry.
No.
I spend 10 to 12 hours a day running this 20-gallon still as it is,
Right.
So I'm not going to, I'll take it down to, I think the lowest I took it down to was 40 before I cut it off. But
Yeah.
even you're not getting much flavor after 40. At least I haven't. And
No.
so I'm done at 40.
I cut mine right at 50. I cut it off.
Yeah,
Everybody says, "Oh, well, you're losing a lot of this, and you're losing." Okay, well, you know what? Maybe on your still, you're losing a lot, and your time, maybe you're losing a lot. But for me, I'm trying to like cut back of the time I've already lost. Like, I'm trying to get some sleep.
Or some time for my family or time for myself. Yeah, I have other things.
Right. Right. So it's like, no, like if everything that I'm putting in a bottle is the hearts of your run, then you're getting the purest of alcohol. You are getting the best of it. And that's all I care about.
Absolutely. I was telling Randy earlier that, most of the time I'll cut it off after 60. When it's at 60, I'm done, and that's just
Right.
most, because I'm out here in this hot shine shed. I don't have air conditioning fans around. I got fans, but man, when this thing gets up to 200 degrees, I'm sitting right next to it, especially in the summertime when it's already 100 degrees outside. No, dude.
Right. So now here's something that I was taught by a certain individual is with your pot reaching that temperature, why not insulate your pot
I've
and
heard that.
keep that temperature in
I've heard
and
that.
not have you lose so much temperature out into your room.
I agree with that. I've never done it. I've seen it, but I've never done it personally. I'll have to look into that and try it. I know when
Yeah, when
I went to visit Randy,
and I got to put it too. I got to put his name on it because I don't care. James Aubrey again. He did that for me. He,
hell yeah.
he told me that, and I took his advice. I actually ordered some insulation and I insulated my pot, and my production literally was half the time from when it came from starting up. Because usually it would take 4 hours before I started dripping it all, and it dropped down to like an hour and 45 minutes.
Wow.
And I was like, wow.
And you're on a 40-gallon pot, right?
Correct.
And what are you using? 110 or 220?
Huh?
You using 110 or 220 on electric?
220. 220 5500.
There you go. All right. That tells me everything because I'm running on 110. It takes me 2.5 hours to get this 20-gallon to go.
Yeah.
But I always keep it low too. That's my logo. That's my phrase. I like it better. It tastes better. It comes out better. I'll let it creep up. I'll crank it up. I've taught Randy this. I'll crank it up to get it up there, but then I crank it back down to where I want to set it, and I just let it take its time. But it still takes 2.5 hours.
Oh yeah. I mean, when you, I know a lot of people are against like cranking it up from the very beginning because they're like, oh, you'll scorch it, oh, you'll burn it, blah 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 blah. Okay, you know what? Maybe on your still. Yeah, I don't know what you're running. I don't know what you're doing, but I'm going to tell you right now from mine is that I can crank that all the way up, and once that sucker, my pot hits at about 180, then I'm going to turn that sucker down, and then the ambient temperature is going to come in with my head from my whiskey head, and then that's going to build my nice temperature right into my thumper, which is going to produce right into my worm, and I'm going to produce the great amount of alcohol that I do out of 30. I got to say 35 gallons because I leave 5 gallons of headspace. That I get anywhere between
Well,
6 to 8 gallons of hearts out of 35 gallons.
that's fucking
And if anybody says that, oh, well, you could get more. Okay. Well, maybe you can, but I can't out of my still.
You know, you were talking earlier about Copper Still Co. and how you're loyal to them and everything. I get that. They do great work. I absolutely love the work they do. Personally, the first still I got was from North Georgia Stills. Love them.
Mm-hmm.
PR. I became very personal and good friends with Andrew and his dad Jeff. We're good friends.
Right.
We talk a lot. And I'm just loyal to them, you know?
Sure. And North Georgia
just
produces wonderful things. I've seen their work.
And that's my point, you know, they do. And so I'm sorry, I just got a text. Jason, who's in here watching, just give me a text. I sent him a challenge coin, and he just let me know that he got it today.
Okay.
Thanks, Jason. I'm glad you pointed that out and let me know that you got it. I always like to sometimes once in a while shit gets lost in the mail. Just saying.
Right. It does.
Yeah, you know, I contemplated for a very, very long time on what still I wanted to go to. I looked at all of them. I did. And when I got North Georgia Stills before Copper Still Co. came out, and I was looking at them, I was checking them out. Dude, I looked over like 6 different still makers, and now there's like 30. But yeah, when I reached out to them, they were their PR was spot on. I mean, dude, I sent out an email and it was answered like within an hour, and we got to talk back and forth. And next thing I know, I'm talking to Andrew, the actual builder, and I'm like, well, what the fuck, you know? And there's the bad thing about the only thing bad, and it wasn't bad because they're working out of their shop, was the fact that I waited 9 months for my still.
Hey, you know what? That's what it is. Like myself, you know, Adam told me from the beginning, he's like, you know, it's going to take 4 months for your still. And then 4 months turned into 5 months. But I rather have somebody take their time on our products to make them the best that they are. And if that means that you got to hold out a little bit longer, then you know what? Okay. All right. Thank you. Like, just I appreciate you.
At the end of the day, it makes your product better. So
exactly. I mean, I could hire somebody here to build me a still in a week.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be anywhere near the same quality. Like I'm not going to do that. So
that being said, Patrick, is the fact that the quality that these guys put out, the reason there is such a backlog on it is because they have a lot of orders because of their quality.
Yep.
There you go. You know,
yep.
I'm not putting other builders down or saying they're bad or they don't know what they're doing. Don't get me wrong. I'm not.
Right.
It's also, there's a lot of steps skipped that these other builders do that they don't. That's why they're able to put them out faster because they're not built of the durability,
yeah, all of it. Yeah.
You know, I'm not saying their stills don't work, they're bad or anything like that. Don't get me wrong. It's just the fact that they take the actual time to put a roll in it, to strengthen it, yada yada yada. You know, they do the inside weld, they do the outside weld. Some people just do an inside weld. Some people do an outside weld. You know, so,
correct.
And it changes, so it varies back and forth. So you just gotta. It took me a very, very long time to decide because when I first started, I started off with just a 5-gallon pot, just a little onion head 5-gallon pot. Dude,
Yeah. Yeah.
dude, you know how many times I had to run that thing.
You know what? And that's the crazy thing is I don't
Oh wow.
because I started on my 40-gallon pots that I use today.
Well,
And
I'll tell you.
that's because I didn't listen to other people saying that, start small, figure out the system, figure out your formula, and then work yourself up. What I did was I figured out the formula, then I calculated the formula into what it would make into a 40-gallon still, and
And
then
then
I just
run it
used
again.
that.
Gotcha.
So if you take those little extra steps and just doing your research, you're doing your calculations, then you're going to get the same product that you get from your still from a 5-gallon pot to a 40-gallon pot to a 50-gallon to a 100-gallon to a 120-gallon and on up. Like as long as your calculations are the same for your for your formula, you're going to get it. Now, you're going to have to make adjustments, within your own. You're going to have to
Oh
figure
yeah,
that out.
no
That
question.
I mean, that
A lot of
there's no
times, when
ands or buts about it. Like,
a lot of times when you figure that part out is during the process of doing a run.
yeah,
You
yeah.
learn from experience. You know,
And
that's
I
the best way to put
I am
that.
fortunate enough to say that I've never had a yeast die on me. I've never run into any problems with my mash
I
ever.
have. I have.
Yeah.
It sucks.
Right. Right. And, you know, uh, somebody asked me this question. I think it was actually Randy that asked me. He said, he's like, I've never heard Patrick about uh, having a problem with any of his mash or anything like that. So it's like, what is he doing right? Like, I really don't even know what I'm doing right.
Well, it's funny
But
you bring it up.
whatever I'm doing, it just keeps working. So,
And you're right. And like I brought up a while back, it's been a couple, I don't know, a month or two, month and a half, whatever. I brought up the fact that I've never ever had a lactose infection until then.
mhm,
And I was like, wow, it just caught me by surprise. I've never had one after. And
right,
I've been doing this for 15 years. And
right.
all of a sudden I got a lactose. So I was like, what the fuck? And so, yeah, I asked the question. So what do? Everybody's like, just leave it alone. It'll be fine. And I heard different opinions. People talk about skimming it, you know.
Just
I've
scraping
heard
it
other
off the
people,
top and everything.
yeah, I've had other people tell me just leave it, blah blah blah. You can raise the pH, you can, to get rid of it, yada yada. I found the best for me was just to leave it. And
Right.
I was telling Randy today when I was up there visiting with him. This last run I did, I just left it. It disappeared, man, on its own. It was gone. And I'm not
Just by
very,
leaving it.
huh?
Just by leaving it.
Yeah, just by leaving it, it disappeared. Randy's looking at me, what? What are you talking about? I'm like, I don't know, because I've never had a lactose problem before.
Right.
So yeah, I just left it, and it was cool. It ended up working out for the best. Everything's all good. But, hey, okay, cool.
So do you make your mash in a controlled temperature area, or do you have it outside, or
I make it inside and I bring it outside.
okay?
And
So and that may be something too. I mean, just because the temperature differentials, right?
right,
Um, so like where I make my mash and store my mash is all in the same place. It's all in the same controlled temperature area.
okay,
And I use the same mineral water, which the mineral water that I have is untouched man mineral water,
wow, all
which
right,
m- makes I don't know if maybe that's the luck that I've been having to where I've never had a problem with my mash at all. I, it could be, it could not be, I don't know,
yeah. And you
but
won't know except for with experience, right? I mean,
yeah, I mean, maybe I'm going to run into it, later on down the road, and I'm going to be back here on a podcast with you or whoever else, being like, "Hey, like this happened. Please, can somebody inform me why?"
You're right. It very well could be that somebody will.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of questions answered by doing these podcasts. And
Oh
it's
yeah.
like
I mean,
in the
this is honestly the way that I have learned so much about making moonshine
same
is
here.
through these podcasts, listening to people, getting their 2 cents on things, how they do it, what their process is. And at first, I was just a person that just listened. Like that's all I cared to do. I just listened in, and then I just jotted notes, and then I'd go straight from the podcast into just reading. Read, and all the science that's behind it. And then, as I said, that's where I just incorporated it into my own. But the only difference between myself here and 99.9% of the moonshiners in America is I keep it back into the ingredients of our ancestors. And that's what Cobra Vita means, is history being born again. Because our ancestors that made moonshine, they didn't have extracted amylase. That didn't exist. They didn't have an extraction plant. They
We
they
talked
didn't
about
have any of that.
that.
They just had their simple ingredients that they used, and they produced some of the best shine to them, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So it's all like, why do I have to go through all these extra steps, grab all these little extra ingredients to try and make a good shine? Because distiller's yeast didn't exist.
Right.
Champagne yeast didn't exist.
Yep.
Everything was all based off of wild yeast.
Exactly.
And that's what I have. That's what I work with. I work with wild yeast. I don't work with anything else. I don't work with Red Star. I don't work with any type of champagne yeast. No, I work with wild yeast that is produced by our farmers here locally.
Cool. Yeah. I just recently, after all these years of doing this, it was about 2 months ago, I was doing a mash and I put it all in a barrel. And I don't pitch my yeast until it's like 80 degrees, right? I knew it was
Mm-hmm.
already. I pitched it and I came out here in the morning. This thing's bubbling. It's going on its own. Natural yeast. Like, son of a bitch. Dude, this stuff came out tasting good.
Right.
So I was very impressed. I was like, well, shit, I'm just going to let it do its thing. And that's when it got the lactose. And I was like, well, that's a first. And then, like I said, that particular one, I did skim it off a little bit.
Right.
And then I did bring the pH up and it killed it, but it came back. And I just left it at that point, and then it went away. And then this last one I did got a lactose. I just left it. I didn't do anything with it. Didn't skim it. Didn't change the pH. Nothing. And it went away on its own.
Right.
So yeah, everybody's got their own different way, their own environment. You know, until you're right here, you really don't know, right? So
Right. I mean, unless you're literally doing it in the same place that the other person is, you don't know.
exactly, exactly.
You don't know.
Hey, I had downloaded something and I wanted to share with everybody, but I can't find it on my downloads on my computer. So I'm going to try this a different way. Bear with me, everybody. Um, Patrick and I was talking a while back, and we were going through text, and I got to get back to these comments. I'll get on the comments, back to the comments here in a second. But I played a song for him, Uncle Moonshine song. You guys have all heard it. I love it. It's a good song, and he loved it too. He's
I
like,
like it. I like it.
and he's like, dude, I want one. So I don't know how you did it, or I was gonna work through Damon because Damon's the one that made mine. And I was gonna
Yeah,
get
no,
Ricky.
I did all mine myself. I wrote my own lyrics to it and everything.
That's
So,
awesome.
you know,
Let me bring it up.
when I get into those modes of being like, I want something, so if I'm not having it like right then and there, I'm gonna find a way to just get it and do it.
I hear you. No, I get it, dude. There's depending on the integrity of it, how bad I want it. Like you said, if I want it really bad enough, I'm going to get it one way or another.
Right.
I'm
Right.
waiting on you, motherfucker. I'm going to get it myself.
Yeah, I'll just go get it myself. Watch this. Hold my beer.
It came out really good. I love this song. I think this is it right here. Maybe no. I think this might be mine. Yeah, I think this is mine.
Now let's hear it. Put it on.
Oh, all right.
I'll take another drink to it.
Can you hear it? No. Yeah. All right.
Come on, you gotta find a way to put it on here.
I want to find yours because yours is awesome. Why? I swear, dude. That's why I rely so much on Cassie. She does all the shit for me.
Where's she at?
She's in London right now. She's sleeping.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a big time difference.
Yeah, she's. I think it's 7 hours. I think. Yeah, it's no. It's let's see. 5 hours difference. They're 5 hours
Yeah.
ahead of us.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if anybody wants to find, my song or Uncle Moonshine's song on their place, just go to our Facebook. It's
I can
there.
do mine.
Huh?
I think I can do mine. Let's see.
Oh, let's hear it.
StreamYard is giving me a hard time tonight. It really is.
Yeah. Could be like that.
Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, here it is right here. Here's my song.
Okay.
You hear it, all right?
Yeah. Perfect.
Meanwhile, while I was playing, I'm going to look for yours.
In the heart of the swamp, where the alligators roam, Uncle Moonshine still his secret home. Potatoes shine, the family recipe, a tradition passed down wild.
You turned it down.
Rising, casting shadows deep.
Loud in the go.
Moonshine tends his fire, keeps his vigil asleep. Cypress trees watch over a silent guard.
Hell yeah.
Moonshine flows, sweet reward. But still hum softly,
Yeah.
a rhythmic beat.
I wish I could find it, buddy. I can't.
Moonshine works with heart and feet.
I like that. I like that. You got to send this to me directly.
Oh, I did.
No,
I know
yeah.
I did.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, you did. But I got to put it into an MP3. That's the only thing. I got to convert it.
54.
No, this is MP4. I got to put it into an MP3.
You're right, you're right. Yeah, I keep believe I can play here. I'm going to play it so bad. Send it to me. I'll play it over the phone.
Huh?
Send me your song. I'll play it over the phone.
That's the Florida way. Moonshine on the swamp, night and day. Moonshine with his secret brew under the cypress where the fire
Sweet. Cool. Yeah, man, I can't.
Can you
Really?
hear it?
I can't hear yours though.
Did you hear it or no?
No. Damn. Dude, I just downloaded it today. It's pissing me off that I can't find it. There it is. Hold on. Let me see if I can upload this. Uh-oh. I just lost you. Crap. Come back. Come back, Celtic. Patrick. All right. Send a video. Let me see if I can do this. Oh, you came back? Uh-oh, now my computer's messing up. That's not cool. You there, Patrick? You hear it?
You can't hear it.
I can fix that.
Okay.
I can fix that. Hold on.
Okay.
I got to put my headset on. I'll play it through the microphone. How's that? Redneck's ingenuity. There we go. Hold on. Bear with me. I hate wearing my headsets. I'm just going to plug it in just for the song. Can you hear it now?
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
You can't put it on the same way that you put your song on?
Okay. No?
Mm-mm. No.
You know what? I'll figure it out before the end of this podcast.
So here's one thing that I did learn about the honeybee farmers out here
Please do.
is the darker the honey, the sweeter it is.
Well, I will agree to that. I used to be a
Yeah.
beekeeper myself.
Oh, you were a beekeeper?
Yep.
So when you get that really light honey, which I actually did a test of this. So hold on, I'm gonna bring it here.
All right, yeah. I'm going to scroll back to the comments because I missed so many.
But you know when other shit was added into this honey, you see this dark line right here?
Yeah.
Right here?
Yeah, I see it.
That alone is what I like to call fake flavoring. Right here.
Huh. Well, it's been many, many years ago since I was a beekeeper. I was doing it when I was in high school. So we're talking
Mhm.
about 50 years ago.
Okay. Ooh.
And but when you got that dark and light like what you're just showing, it's
Yeah.
all because it's from a different flower.
Uh, yes and no.
A lot
So
of it has to do with age as
when
well.
it comes from a different flower, yes, but the whole honey itself
Right,
is all the same color.
right. I got you.
So like when it comes from a different flavor, this whole jar right here is going to be the same color as this.
Right.
But when you get this dark lightning up here, that means that they added syrup to it.
Ah, all right.
There. With this one, you don't get any of that whatsoever. This is just straight dark black honey. And
And I'll tell you
this is
what,
my go-to. I have 60 gallons of this honey.
I don't even talk to you no more. I want to get caught up on the comments real quick, Patrick. Mike
Sure.
Friends in here. He says, "Howdy, Jason Fisher. Do you think you stall outs are mainly due to high SG?" Yes and no. I mean, there's so many. Usually, your stall outs are due because of temperature. Guarantee it. Usually, and the other factor is because of your pH. That's that's just personal experience and guys I've talked to in the past. We've all talked about it. Generally, those two are your main factor about that, Jason.
Yeah.
Tips could be your stable cuts or stable outs. Yeah, you're right, dude. 9 times out of 10, it's the temperature. Where you stall out, it's usually because of temperature. 9 times out of 10, I did do a tequila back in March, which I had stall outs, but it's due to pH. That wasn't, but I will say
You
this.
did a mezcal. You didn't do tequila.
No, well, right, because I didn't do it in Mexico. But I did use blue agave. What came from Mexico. When I ordered it, just so you know, Patrick, I ordered this like 10, 15 years ago. I never had it sitting. It was only for a 5-gallon batch, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But it was blue agave. It did come from Mexico. I have the bottle in the house. I don't want to run in and grab it and show you. But anyway, you're right. It's a mezcal. But it stalled out due to pH. It likes high heat. When you're doing an agave, it likes high heat. And it uses up that pH in a hurry.
Quickly.
When I did the tequila, I had to stay on top of it on a daily basis.
Yeah.
That part of it sucked, but at the end of it, I got a good tequila.
You got a good mezcal.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
Dude, it's still fucking tequila to me, goddammit.
Yeah. That'd be like me saying, "Oh yeah, no, down here I'm producing a good bourbon whiskey." It's like,
well, that being
can't
said,
call it bourbon.
it doesn't have to be made in Kentucky to be bourbon.
Yes, it does. No, it has to be American grain.
And 51%.
51% corn, but American grain.
And it has to be a brand new oak barrel.
Yeah. Right. But the biggest thing is American grain. So here's a little history on this. And it was crazy actually learning all this. So pre-prohibition, there was a woman that was making bourbon whiskey in Kentucky. And right when the prohibition started, she didn't want to stop her business. So she actually moved to Juarez, Mexico, down to Juarez. And she was making whiskey down there. And she was calling it bourbon whiskey. Well, after the prohibition, Kentucky and the United States started to own the rights to bourbon whiskey. And they went to her asking, saying, "Hey, could you please stop calling your liquor bourbon whiskey? And it doesn't come from America. It's not from the American grains. Can you please stop calling it bourbon whiskey?" And she openly agreed to it. But in retaliation from Mexico, that's when they put in the stipulation that America could not call any liquor that they made tequila from the blue agave, because the blue agave comes from Mexico. So that's where that all came about, was just due to that one incident pre-prohibition from the United States asking this woman not to call her fucking bourbon whiskey. And then Mexico wanted to retaliate against the United States with that, saying you cannot call it tequila because it's not coming. That agave plant is not coming from the America. It is coming from Mexico.
Yeah.
Which, if it wasn't for any of that, America could call whatever they wanted tequila, just like Mexico, myself personally, could call whatever I made bourbon or whiskey.
And you heard it here first. You heard it first here on Morgan the Moonshine. You heard it. There it is. Just educated.
If you don't believe me about the story, look it up.
Look it up.
I'm telling you right now, that is a story you cannot make up.
Hey, Patrick, I have looked it up because I was like, so I'm doing Google searches when I was making it, right? I'm questioning other moonshiners and whatnot, and I'm looking it up, and I'm like, oh, I can't call it tequila. It's not tequila. It's not made in Mexico. And
Exactly.
I did hear that story through that. Yes, you can Google it. You'll find it out, people. You'll find it out for yourself.
And it's only like, and it's just, I don't know. With bourbon, I think you can only call it bourbon with it being made in Kentucky, correct?
No, that's false. That used to be the understanding. Everybody thought that, but that's false.
Okay. So here in Mexico, like there's only five states that you're allowed to make tequila and mezcal in Mexico.
You're right.
Like nowhere else. You cannot make.
It can't be just Mexico. You can't go to Cozumel and make tequila. No.
No, hell no. Like where I live in Morelos, I'm not allowed to make tequila or mezcal at all. It's not allowed. It's illegal.
Yeah, I believe, I could be wrong. I'm just I believe it's originated in Kentucky as far as the bourbon, so that's why they say it has to be made in Kentucky. But I found out later. I used to go by that same law all the time. I used to tell everybody, no, it can't be bourbon unless it's made in Kentucky. That's bullshit. No, it has to be a certain amount of grains. It has to be in a brand new charred oak barrel. It can't be a used oak barrel. But
right.
I think we've all
and it has to age for 3 years, if I'm not correct, right?
I don't know.
For it to be considered bourbon, it has to age for at least 3 years.
You're probably right on that. I'm not positive.
Whiskey was, I think it's 6 months. It's either 6 months or 1 year. Yeah. But it has to be made from 51% corn. And then, whether you use rye, wheat, oats, I mean, that the rest of it's up to you, but it has to be made from at least 51% corn.
Absolutely right. I'm going to get caught up on the comments because I'm way behind. Randy says the water is consistent. His method is flawless to the pound, and his ability to read his still and his cuts are on point. His water is, I think, it's all above. Okay. Then I'm sorry, what? You want to comment on that?
Which he's probably correct on that when it comes to my water. I mean, there's not a lot of people that can say that they use untouched man mineral water.
I'm not going to disagree with that. The thing, don't take me wrong in any way whatsoever. And I brought this up during a TikTok live that I was in, because it was brought up then, is the fact that the first thing everybody says about their alcohol is where their water came from. Not putting anybody down. Oh, we get our Arkansas, we get ours from Tennessee. It's the best in the world. Everybody says the same thing. Exactly. It's like, really? We got Florida Springs here too, Yeah.
I mean, honestly, where I come from, where I grew up in, they say that that's the cleanest water in the United States. But
Yeah.
do I know that? No. When everybody says, "Hey, I got spring water," it's like, what's a fucking spring? Show me a fucking spring. Not you nor anybody else knows what a fucking spring is. That is some man-made fucking bullshit. Nobody knows what a fucking spring is.
I don't know if I agree with you on that, but okay, that's cool.
That spring water that you were drinking out of a bottle is a couple of dickheads filling up bottles of water in Pittsburgh in their bathtub.
Well, no, and I will agree with you on that. When you go to the store and you buy spring water, yeah, it's the same fucking thing you get out of the goddamn tap. No, I will agree with that. Totally. I'm talking about moonshiners and people like, say, for example, Jack Daniels. They get theirs from limestone spring water. That's
Right. Yeah.
You know, that was my point. Is everybody talks about their water is the best. That's what I was getting at.
Yeah. I mean, he may be, but I mean, they may be right,
Yeah.
but we don't know. No matter what, we're not going to know.
That's kind of my point. Is I claim my water is better than your water. You know, who knows? Jason Fisher, he made a comment. He says, "I believe getting back to the roots, staying away from the new stuff. You don't necessarily need the enzymes. Honestly, melted corn or malted corn to do your conversion, it's going to give you the best liquor without bite and added sugar." Just me thinking out loud. No, Jason, I totally agree with you, buddy. Yeah, the more natural, the better. And you don't, I can't tell you, Jason, how many times I made moonshine without the enzymes and all the other stuff added. Does it help? I don't know. I added it just recently because everybody says it works. I'm like, honestly, I don't see the difference. I get the same yield as I got before. I really do.
I mean, what if I were to tell you that I've never malted my corn?
I would be a bit surprised. A lot of people don't.
No. I mean, I grind my corn down damn near into a powder.
Yeah, a lot of people do. In fact, I had a talk with a gentleman today about not grinding it at all. Just put it in fact, a cold mash.
Right.
Do it that.
I mean, everybody has their own way.
Yep.
Everybody has their own way. Like, and I love it too.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, when it comes to the people that are like, "Oh, you know, you're doing it wrong, and you should do this because you're going to get this, and you're going to get this," and then it's like,
you know what I say to those people? Have a drink, motherfucker. Take a drink.
Cheers.
Try it. You now tell me.
I usually just, you know, and I'm not putting myself up on a pedestal or any of that whatsoever. But when it comes down to it, it's, if you are not doing the same thing that I'm doing, as far as being commercialized, being through a country, then I am all about your advice. Like, I'm all about suggestions. But
Hey, I'm still here.
do not come in talking about that you know more or what I am doing is wrong. Like, you're not there. This is what comes from a hobby of somebody compared to what it is as far as, you know, a lifestyle. There's a difference. And everybody develops their own lifestyle. And if you cannot keep true to what your vision is and you get suckered in by other people's, you know, negativity, then you're never going to be where you want to be.
You're absolutely right, buddy. I didn't mean it. I just stepped away for a second. I'm an old man. I got to pee from time to time.
Well, nobody wanted to see your pecker online.
That's why I turned my camera off. No, I don't know. There might have been a few, you know.
Well, yeah.
Go back to Jason's another comment from Jason is I do use enzymes. I try not to use table sugar because of bite. I love hearing everyone's thoughts on these topics. Yeah, Jason, you're absolutely right. When you add that cane sugar, you're adding a whole lot of bite. And that's why when I do my potato shine, I try to add more potatoes to get more starch out of it rather than adding
Mhm.
sugar. I do add sugar, no question about it, I do. But I try,
Sure.
Randy and I talked about this earlier. He was asking me if we ever got in a conversation about how much do you add? How much do you put in your mesh? Well, that's a preference thing, really. It really is. Well,
Right.
how much sugar do you want to use? How much you can use absolutely no sugar, just like he did with um, doing his strawberry brandy that he did. No
Oh
sugar,
yeah.
no water, all
Strawberries produce
strawberry.
a lot of sugar.
Dude, and when he did the ABV on that in the very beginning, I think it was 1.50. Dude, that's phenomenal. That's unheard of.
Hmm.
You know? And yeah, he was 18% alcohol when he started on that still. When he started distilling. So
You
you
don't
tell
need
me,
more than that.
yeah. So when you're doing, and he was telling me that a lot of people gave him a lot of flack because they're telling him that no, you need to add water to it, you need to add sugar. No, you don't. You have your
Mhm.
you have your natural sugars, and that's kind of if you do an all grain corn without sugar, you're gonna have a much better alcohol than you will with the sugar. I promise.
Right. But hypothetically saying, like with Jason, is, you know, if you have to use that sugar to get your ABV up
Right.
and you want to take down that bite, add some oats. Add oats.
Add, that always works. Always. Every time. Yep.
Oats is a great, wonderful grain that'll take a lot of that bite away, and it will give a lot of that kind of that milkiness to your liquor.
Yep. Uh, Roy Werner, I didn't use any yeast with the cucumber, watermelon, ginger batch. It self started by itself, all natural, leftovers from the garden. Hell yeah,
Mhm.
buddy. I love it. I
Yeah,
love
nat
it. And,
natural yeast, buddy.
there's my Facebook girlfriend right there, Jamie Batier. How you doing, Jamie? She's a sweetheart. I love that girl.
Jamie.
Randy Thompson said, heck yeah.
Yeah.
Hillbilly Glass Barrels. Where is that on Facebook? Dude, it's not. StreamYard and Facebook are having issues right now. They sent me a text or a message earlier today saying they're having issues streaming over to Facebook right now. So sorry, you just have to find it on YouTube. What's weird is I'm streaming off of Cassie's Facebook as well. So
Oh, man.
I don't know, man. So between Facebook and StreamYard, I don't know. Then Randy says, my honey has crystallized. I love it. Looks like candy to me. I added it to my whiskey. Patrick taught me the ratio methods. It's amazing. Facts are facts. Taste come through well. I'm still learning and so much fun. Yeah, he had me try that, Patrick, while I was there. That honey he did, and I was amazed the fact that he told me it was only 1 teaspoon per jar.
Tablespoon. Yep.
A tablespoon per quart. Yeah, I screwed up. Tablespoon per quart because you could smell. As soon as I popped that lid, I could smell honey. I was like, "Damn, you only
Hmm.
got 1 tablespoon in this whole quart,"
Yeah.
and you can definitely taste the honey coming through. Yeah, it was spot on. It really was.
You really don't need a lot,
I,
and I actually learned that from a distiller down here that makes a mezcal of honey.
wow,
And then
because
I
a long time
incorporated it
ago,
in with my whiskey, and it literally works exactly the same.
a long time ago, being a beekeeper, and I've said that earlier, I had a lot of honey on hand. I don't keep bees anymore. I just had the honey, right?
Hmm.
I think I had 3 gallons of honey. I made a 5 gallon mash out of 3 gallons of honey, which is high. That's a lot.
Hmm.
And me being new at it, I think I did that my first year in a moonshine, making moonshine. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna make a honey shine. Hell yeah, this will be
Mhm.
good. Well, I'll tell you what.
That's an easy way to fuck up, isn't it?
It is, dude. Wait till you get some experience under your belt. Listen to somebody that's been there and done it, and do exactly what they tell you. Because I
Yep.
learned the hard. So I made it. I made a mash, and my normal mashes at that time were taking 2 weeks to ferment. Right?
Mm.
I'm like, cool. Honey and blue agave ferment so different. It's not even.
Oh yeah,
You
absolutely.
know, they teeny tiny bubbles. You can hardly even see them, and it takes a lot longer than your grains do. A lot longer. I think when I did the agave, it took 6 weeks. And I even pushed it. I was done. I cut it off. It still was fermenting when I cooked it, when I distilled it. It was probably going into 7 weeks. But my honey, I should have at least waited 6 to 7 weeks.
Yeah.
I did it in 2. I ended up getting about that much in a quart. What the fuck was I doing? What was I thinking? You know?
What was I waiting for? Whatever it is. Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
I wasted 3 gallons of honey trying to get some shine. I still have it in the house. It tastes good. Don't get me wrong. I only got that much.
For that much of it.
I'll charge you $500 for that little shot there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so like my mashes right now, I'm turning over my mashes anywhere between 4 and 5 days.
Wow. Damn, that's fast.
Like they're dropping. I'm starting around either between 1060, 1070 and dropping below 990.
But see, that's kind of like what we were talking about before. Because with mine, and you're running corn, I'm running potatoes. I started off at 160, and it takes 3 weeks to get down to 0. 3 weeks.
Yeah.
So, it's just the difference of location, what you're using.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Different climates. I mean, everything.
I know if I did my potatoes differently, if I mashed them, I would be done in probably about 10 days. But I don't.
Mm-hmm.
I do it in about 1.5 inch squares. I boil it just like you're going to do mashed potatoes. Then I just throw it in. So it's got to go inside that potato to get all that starch out of it. So yeah, it takes longer to work off.
Right. Right.
And what you were saying earlier, you told me you grind yours down to pretty much a powder, right?
Mm-hmm.
There you go. That's the difference. And just like I was talking to Damon earlier, he's doing that cold mash, and he's not grinding his corn at all. Dude, that's going to take a while.
Maybe yes, maybe no.
We
don't know.
Yeah, I've never done it that way. I'd like to try it. In fact, especially since I just got some Jimmy Red and Bloody Butcher from you know who.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
See, I'll tell you what I'm itching to try and do. And is it going to be for shits and giggles? Yes, it is. Is it something I'm going to add to, my production? No. But I want to try those instant garlic mashed potatoes. I just want to buy a bunch of bags of them and fill it up and see what happens.
You said that. I know guys that have gotten those boxes of instant potatoes because it has the starch. It's going to break down the sugar. So yeah, it'll work. It's got starch in it.
But if you can perfect something like that, I mean, even if you use like that bacon ranch, like instant mashed potatoes, like you don't know how it's going to turn out. It may be phenomenal.
Right? Who knows? It might.
You can't hate it unless you try it. right?
Hillbilly,
I mean,
hillbilly,
you know that's not going to be like the best base of your Bloody Mary mix of all time.
back to what we were talking about earlier about the bourbon. Hillbilly says bourbon has no age requirement. Straight bourbon is 2 years, bottled in bond 4 years. Then James comes back, says, no, that's a straight bourbon. Then James also comes back and says, look up Cleveland Distillery. He's making bourbon from start to finish, bourbon in a little over a week. Check it out. He has
He
the
he he is 100% correct because he is right. That person is literally pushing out bourbon in like 4 to 5 days.
Yeah, I heard
And
about that.
it's all through that. It's all through his pressure system.
Right. He's pushing it
Eh,
through the. Yes, I heard
Correct.
that.
Yeah. James actually sent me the video on that, and I watched that, and I was like, "Oof,
My
ooh."
brother pointed that out to me 2 years ago. Hey, man, you got to check this video out. You got to check this guy out. He's making bourbon in 5 days. I'm like, what? They're speeding up the process.
Crazy.
Well, that's cool. And then
It's
Roy,
crazy. I was looking at moving towards the name of bourbon being down here until I started reading a lot of the legalities from it, and it was like, oh shit, like I cannot call it bourbon at all. Like I'm not allowed.
well, you can make your own bourbon. You just can't sell it as bourbon.
Well, that's my point.
Right. Roy says, too many
All my
opinions.
stuff is now being commercialized.
Gotcha. Roy made a comment. He says, too many opinions. Just do what you like as long as it's good liquor. Exactly, Roy. That's what we've been saying.
As long as it's good liquor to you.
Yeah, yeah. Then Hillbilly Glass, he says, I use enzymes and add sugar to get my gravity where I want it. There you go.
It's perfect.
It's all personal preference. It really is.
Yeah.
When it comes down to it, it's personal preference.
There's no right or wrong way.
And Patrick says, yes, sir, Patrick. That's a heavy ingredient in my 3-grain batch. Yeah. And then,
What's that?
so tell him it's under Cassie Lotus. Yeah. Anybody watching, or I have been, Randy, texting people asking me about this. You can look under Cassie Lotus and or Morgan's Moonshine on YouTube to follow this. And you can make comments at either one of those. Frank Knott says, talking in cursive, huh? Yeah, not yet, Frank Knott, not yet. I'm not talking cursive yet, buddy. Getting there. I keep drinking this strawberry, I will be. Then Drummond Son from YouTube, he pops in here quite a bit. He says, the instant potatoes are already cooked and will work great. Yeah, I've heard that, Drummond Son. I've heard that before. I've never tried it myself, but I have heard that. I'll have to try it. I'll probably make less of a mess and keep my wife happy.
Right.
There's a couple of pictures I wanted to, wait a minute, hold on. I might have that song. Hold on. No, I don't have it. God damn it. I just knew I had it. This damn computer and me and computers, I should say. I did have a couple other pictures to share if I can get them to come up. Nope, not there. Yeah, this thing's being a pain in my ass for me, and I think it has to do with StreamYard right now.
I'll tell you another one that I really want to try. But I mean, you're talking about a good chunk of change. But Parmesan cheese.
All right.
And I'm dead serious. To making a mash out of Parmesan cheese and sugar. Because Parmesan cheese has the starch. And I was looking into it. Yeah. Especially when it's cooked and it's dried. Kind of like this right here. Okay. It's kind of just like a potato chip.
Right.
So if I were to mash this up into a powder form.
Sure.
And then add sugar and water to it. Because this is going to be obviously what the yeast is going to be attached to. Is going to be the starch from the Parmesan cheese. I really want to know what it's going to taste like.
I hope it tastes like tortilla. Which I love playing.
It's not going to be like drinking a pasta noodle.
Right? I'd be curious. I'd be wanting to add some queso to it or something.
Who knows? I mean, it could be the best thing in this world. We don't even know it.
Yeah.
You're one to try it.
Hey, that being said, if Bill Billy's going to try his own piss, I mean, hey. I couldn't believe he did that shit, man.
You know how long it would take to save up that much amount of piss?
Well, if you're a drinker like Bill Billy,
how did that smell when you dump that shit in? Like, damn.
Oh, dude, I would not have wanted to be there. That Hillbilly glass barrel says butthole. It tastes like butthole.
I can't believe he did that.
Holy shit. Thing ever, right? It's either gonna taste like ass or it's gonna be the best thing you ever had. Yes, Hillbilly, he did taste it. He did. He's on video tasting it. And I'm like, dude, never. No, I'm not doing that shit. You know, I did a run a while back, probably about 2 years ago, because I talk about it a lot on TikTok and here how you can make a moonshine out of beer. That's what mash is. It's a beer. It's a wine. And people are like, no, you can't. I'm like, oh my God. So I took cans of beer, poured it into a still.
Right.
And
what do you mean? What do you think your mash is before you fucking put it in your still?
Exactly. So when I did the beer, Patrick, I did it on a little 5-gallon still, right? And this shit started coming up. Foam. The foam was coming out of the motherfucker.
Golly.
I got videos of it. It's funny as hell. I'll have to post it on here sometime and show you. But yeah. Then I did a wine. People were like, you can't make moonshine out of wine. I said, what the fuck do you think brandy is?
You know,
funny,
I was on a it was one of those TikTok shows last night. Right? And this guy was questioning me about moonshine. He's like, "Oh, you just make moonshine. You just make an illegal liquor." And I asked him, I was like, "Do you know what moonshine is?" He's like, "Yeah, no, it's an illegal liquor." I was like, "Do you know what moonshine is?"
Are you listening to the question?
Yeah. He's like, "No, it's just a liquor that was outlawed." Like, okay. So then you obviously don't know what moonshine is. You know what the name itself stood for.
Right.
But you don't know what moonshine actually is. It's like it can be a rum, it can be a brandy, it can be a gin, it can be whiskey, it can be a tequila, it can be mezcal, it can be goddamn a liqueur.
Yeah.
Moonshine just says that it's an illegal, non-taxable liquor. That's it.
That's it. Yeah, and to add to that, what you're saying, and a lot of people don't know this. Most people watching here probably do, but I just want to add to that the difference between moonshine and white lightning. One's made during the day and one's made at night. The only difference. Hey, we were talking earlier about you meeting a chef, and there's somebody else that you recognized on your Facebook and TikTok, and I have to say something about that because I checked him out when and we recently became friends on Facebook.
Israel Pacheco,
Oh my God, that guy is phenomenal. The work he does,
amazing artist, right?
amazing artist. I want to show a picture of him real quick. This is
Sure.
him. This is his profile picture on Facebook. Guys, I'm telling you, go check this guy out. He does phenomenal work. He really does. So look him up on Facebook, follow him. Wow, I can't say enough good about it. When I started watching, checking him out on Facebook and looking at his work, it's like, really, dude? I wish I
Yeah.
had more. I wish I could. Well, here's one right here. I got one right here. And it's not a very good one because it's not close up, but here, I'll share this. That's one of his paintings. That's him and the chef together, right?
That is actually my house, and that is a painting that he did for me personally.
Phenomenal.
So, as we are right here
I
with
wish I
it,
had. There you go. Yeah, I was gonna say I wish I had a close up, but there you go, right there. Here, let me get rid of
that's it.
that. There you go, dude. Yeah, this guy. Go check him out on Facebook and check out all his paintings and whatnot. Phenomenal work. Phenomenal work. He's got this stuff that looks like it's coming out of the frame. It looks lifelike, and it's like, oh my god, dude.
He is an amazing artist,
Yeah.
and on the brink, literally on the brink of becoming one of the biggest artists in the world.
I wouldn't doubt it. I really wouldn't. Um,
Yeah,
I
and what he's going to do is through my Kiwi mint that he fell in love with. He is making a painting for it right now that we are then going to put it into a PDF form, and then we're going to have Randy hydro dip
oh
his
hell yeah.
onto the bottles to make it a special edition.
I love it. And you know what? I meant to talk to Randy about this tonight because I talked earlier about I want to fill this 15-gallon barrel. Once I do, I'm going to call it Morgan Select. And when I do, I want Randy to do the same thing on my bottles for that Morgan
Right.
Select. Yeah, be awesome. I love that idea.
Yeah.
And Randy does some awesome work.
Oh yeah, no, he does fantastic work. But again, it's all like it's all about helping out my brothers that have helped me from the beginning. So I got presented with this opportunity from Isra Pacheco, the painter. It was like,
Yeah.
okay, so how can I pass this on to better the next individual? I mean, it still helps me out. I mean, I'm going to have a beautiful bottle that's going to be a special edition. That's just a painting strictly for my company. But who else can I build? Who else can I help? And it's like, and if he were when he breaks that line of becoming one of the greatest artists in history right now, in world history, and if Randy has his drawing on my bottle and can show that for himself, Randy will blow up too. People are going to want him like crazy.
Randy's got some awesome ideas. He does. I support him 100%. What he's doing with the hydro, it's like, wow, dude, you're onto some stuff. But Randy, you got to be careful who you talk to and be selective and just watch yourself. That's what I want to say.
Man, the only thing that I told Randy is he needs to stop caring about everybody else and focus on himself.
Absolutely.
That's it. Don't get caught up in the bullshit of what everybody's talking about. Don't get caught up in the drama of it. Like, you focus on you, you do you,
Randy,
and that's all you need to worry about. Is, you know what? Unless these people are putting money in your pocket, they mean nothing.
Right. Not
They
to
mean
mention,
nothing.
yeah, dude. it like we talked about earlier, if you just put out there what you do, Randy, people are going to recognize it for what it is and know what it is and know that you're doing a good job, just like we have. And you're going to get naysayers. It's going to happen. You know why? Because you're good.
Because you're doing something right.
Exactly.
You're doing something right.
You just got to ignore those guys. You just got to ignore those guys and keep going.
You can't take criticism from somebody that's living in a camper on somebody's lot. Okay,
Right.
like you can't.
Yeah. Roy Werner said he did it with an apple cider beer. Turned out amazing with extra apples. That beer run I did, dude, it tastes like shit. But I will say this: it was Bush beer, so you know.
Oh yeah, no shit.
Just
Why, you know, why not try a microbrew, like, something that took some effort to make
well,
rather than a bunch of people pissing in a bottle?
because of this.
Yeah.
When you have to fill up a 5-gallon still with beer, yeah, and it got even more costly when I did.
Fair enough.
I
Fair
did a
enough.
sangria, and that one cost me a lot. But I will say, when I did the sangria wine, ooh man, that sangria moonshine was spot on.
Was it?
Came out
Yeah.
good. Oh my god, dude! All you could taste was sangria. It was like, oh my god.
So I forgot who did it, but I watched these guys. It was on YouTube, and they made a mash out of Mountain Dew.
Oh wow. Oh
Did you
yeah,
see that?
I think I have. I think I have.
He's that guy. He's that gentleman from New Zealand who has the long beard. He usually travels around to like different areas and makes mashes with different people. But they made a mash out of Mountain Dew, and it was all like, holy shit! And when their starting ABV was 10 point, or it was 1.8 or 1080, and it was all like, fuck. And that was just from the Mountain Dew alone.
I know. I recently tried a beer. I think I had it right here in the trash. It was 13, almost 14% alcohol, just from a beer. And
Right.
honestly, I didn't like it. It was just the flavoring of it. It was I forget what they call it. It used to be a candy we used to eat, but yeah, I didn't like it. It got me
Yeah.
fucked up. Get me wrong.
Right.
Then Randy says, "Yes, sir. Best 3D painting in the house." Yeah, I agree with that. Reincarnated Picasso. Yeah, dude, this guy's good. I love his work. I love watching him. Randy says, "Holy moly, love that idea." And Roy Werner
You
says,
may
"Well,
love that idea. Him and I have talked about that idea.
you know, when you know Randy, you probably know him well better than I do, but you know, Randy, he kind of drifts all over the place. He knows that. He's getting control of it. He's doing a lot better than what he used to. So it's all good.
Randy's a good man.
Yeah, he is. Randy says, thanks for the plug. It's my passion for years. Thanks, bro, for your support. I'm working alone, hard as I can afford, and as honest as I can be about timelines. No, dude, you're right. No, dude. In fact, you'd be better off when you give somebody a timeline to allow yourself 3 or 4 days, buddy. That way, if you're on time, you're good. You're gold, right?
Set your own goals.
Yeah.
That's it. Set your own goals, meet your own goals, make them realistic, and grow from there. That's all I can say. If you make them unrealistic, you're going to lose motivation, you're going to lose ambition, you're going to give up.
Yeah.
So make them realistic.
Roy Warner says makes his own from craft beers. That's cool. Cassie
Awesome.
and I talked.
Make your own craft beers. If you were to make an Abbey, and I've been thinking about this too, is if I were to make an Abbey beer and then turn that into a mash, and run that. I wonder how that would taste, just because of the sweetness that comes from the Abbey. As Roy said,
Drummond Son says, beer is the only alcoholic beverage that you don't want to taste the alcohol in.
says who? It depends on what kind of beer.
Drummond, that's on you, man. I mean, that's your preference, and
I mean, if you're drinking, piss beer like Corona or Modelo or
man, I like
Budweiser, Bud Light, Busch, Milwaukee's Best, any of that fucking garbage right there. Yeah, you know what? You probably don't want to taste that alcohol because the alcohol is shit. But if you actually, taste a microbrew that has some flavor to it, that took time to make, that they don't produce a lot of, then more than likely that beer is going to be much better than the shit that you get where they're producing millions by the fucking week.
Exactly.
So it's like, that's what I push for.
James says Randy's awesome, and Roy says, "What is an Abbey?"
Google that, brother.
Well,
Google that. The best place, if you were to Google that, Google New Belgium Brewery, New Belgium Abbey.
Well,
And you will get all the information on what an Abbey beer is. PBR. Damn it, hillbilly. Yeah. Yeah. Hillbilly. I'm going to tell you right now. Blue Ribbon, it was good at one time. It got first prize, but guess what?
Yeah.
It ain't a first prize at this point in time now.
Back in the day when they were, they date back way back. So yeah, they date back with hams.
Yeah.
The affordable beer. Yeah, the affordable beer.
Right.
Oh, Bam Bam says, "Hey, watch it, buddy. I'm a Bud Light man." Well,
Bam, I love you, man. We spoke for many hours. Well, okay, we spoke for a couple hours the other night, so but being a Bud Light guy, yeah, no.
Roy says,
It's time to graduate, I'm from Kentucky, I can't help it. Well,
Now, Drummond.
Okay, I'm going to keep my mouth shut on that one because I was just about to say something that will probably be highly inappropriate for StreamYard.
Drummond said he says he sticks to his Fosters. I've had Fosters. It's not bad, but it depends. Again, that's a person.
Fosters. I mean, you're not an Australian. Why? What are you drinking Fosters for? No, nobody likes Australian beer. Not even Australians like Fosters. I mean, that's just the cheap shit that you go to the gas station and just because it says it's in a 32-ounce can that you can buy literally, for the same price as a 12-ounce can of Bud Light doesn't make it good.
Oh, Lord help us. Hillbilly says in a can, no less. Yeah, okay.
And a can, just in an extra large can.
Yeah. And then Bam Bam says, "Love you too, brother." Hillbilly comes back and says, "My cousins are just my cousins."
My cousins are just my cousins. Holy shit.
That's awesome. I wish I was able to upload some stuff. Let me try it here. Let me try some other stuff. I've downloaded some stuff, but for whatever reason, StreamYard is not being very cooperative with me tonight. So I apologize. I had a lot of stuff laid out for tonight as far as videos and music and whatnot, but just didn't. Bam Bam says it has to be in a cold, long neck bottle. I started as a bottle baby with a nipple on it and have not graduated yet. I talk about that a lot.
Okay, Bam Bam. Now here's the question for you. is
Yeah.
what do you consider a long neck bottle? How long does the neck have to be? Because there are different bottle neck sizes from a Bud Light, Coors Light, Budweiser, and Michelob and Miller. So which do you consider a long neck?
Yeah, Bam Bam. What do you consider a long neck?
Did you Google that?
I didn't know.
Oh, okay. I thought you just Googled that.
I'm trying to bring up some other stuff just so I could do the videos and other pictures that you sent me that I brought up as well. I want to play that song, and I'm trying to bring it up on just so I can, right? Like I said,
Which
this
one?
thing, the main one I'm trying to find is the song right now, but I'm not having very good success with it.
Which song?
But your song,
Oh,
he said, Bam Bam says, I consider a long neck. I consider a long neck the length of a Bud Light long neck model. Okay. Yeah, they do. They call those long necks. Gotcha. That's what
they do?
Budweiser calls them. So, yeah, they call it a long neck.
Hmm.
I won't argue with that.
Because I do know that every company has a different size to their bottlenecks.
Right. Let me see. This is not being very cooperative with me, but I'm going to try. No, it's not letting me download it. Damn it.
I do know that Miller has the longest bottleneck out of all of them.
Do they? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I really didn't.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm not.
I think it's somewhere it's like 4.35 inches.
Huh.
So it's like that.
Learn something new every day.
Yeah. I have a friend of mine that works he works for a bottling company and
Okay.
he makes all their bottles. So
Let me ask you this: so you went to Mexico, you decided to start making moonshine. What got you into making moonshine? I mean, what inspired you? You said something earlier about your grandfather used to make moonshine.
grandfather, I mean he never called it moonshine though. He called it whiskey.
Okay.
He never called it whiskey or moonshine. You know, and then he always talked about our ancestors, you know, coming over and immigrating from Scotland into Ireland and then Ireland into the United States.
Right.
You know, and if anybody knows the true history about moonshine, is it all the recipes actually came from Scotland. They came from the Celtic hills of Scotland. And then when Scotland was being invaded, then people ran over to Ireland, and then Ireland started getting invaded, which then they made themselves and immigrated here to the United States. And then when they came into New York, Pennsylvania, they moved themselves into the Appalachian Hills, and they shared their recipes in with the local farmers of how to make liquor. So that's where my whole name stems from the Celtic Hills, because the recipes came from the Celtic Hills of Scotland.
And I'm glad to hear you say it that way because I've always said Celtic, and a lot of people say Celtic. So
It's Celtic.
that's the way I've
The
always said
correct
it.
terminology is
I
Celtic.
got corrected today. I was like, yeah, I got Celtic stills going on. You mean Celtic? No, Celtic.
Celtic. It's Celtic. You know, I mean, it's like when they say it's like, oh, you have a Celtic skirt. No, it's a Celtic skirt. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I'm glad. I'm glad you brought that up, but I wanted to make sure I brought it up as well as far as how it's pronounced. And,
Yep.
um,
It is pronounced Celtic, not Celtic. But I mean, unfortunately, we have dumbed ourselves down in society, and we make things much easier because nobody wants to learn right terminologies. So
We use slang. We use slang.
yeah, and that's one of the biggest things that I don't know if you recognize it in the song that I did, but when it starts out coming from the Celtic hills, and then it says Celtic Hills Moonshine. So I added both.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So if you listen to it again, like you'll catch it.
I wish I could. Get back to the comments real quick just to get caught up. Jamie Higgins, hey, I'm back. Had to get the kids to bed. Well, I'm glad they're to bed. This girl, I love her so much. She's adopted these two kids. They're both wonderful kids because of the way they're being brought up. Jamie, simply adore you, sweetheart. Absolutely. Then Bam Bam comes back and says they also make a good bat when you need them. They are aerodynamic, a good bat. All right, Bam Bam.
We're not talking about your bar. We're not talking about your bar brawling days now, Bam Bam.
Bam Bam. You're a mean drunk, Bam Bam. Then Hillbilly says, hell yeah, I'm going to tell my wife 4.35 inches is the long. Good luck convincing her, buddy. Just because you heard it here. Just because you heard it here, it's true, buddy.
Hell yeah.
And you're taking it out of context, too.
Yes, sir. That is awesome.
Roy says, I use Rolch beer bottles, green bottle with reusable top. I've got those, Roy. And then Becca McGraw says, hell yeah, or hey, y'all. Hey, Becca.
Hey, y'all. Hell yeah.
Hey, I hate to ask this of you, Patrick, because I didn't come prepared, but will you keep this crowd going while I go mix another drink?
What's that?
Will you keep this crowd going while I mix another drink?
Oh, absolutely.
I'll be
But
right back.
I mean, you're the only one that can literally post the comments. So, but
Right.
I mean, do you want me to sit here and dance? Like, you want me to take my shirt off? I mean, what do you want me to do here?
I'll be right back. I won't be long. Sorry.
But the truth behind it with Celtic Hills Moonshine, if you guys want to do me the favor, well, good old Uncle Moonshine is making himself a drink. Follow my Facebook page. Click on it. You'll see what the history is about. You see what I'm doing here. It is the benefit for a community. It's for the benefit of the people. It's not the benefit of me. I don't need to do this at all. Like I choose to do this because I want to benefit my town. I want to benefit my community, and I want to keep it growing. I want to help the people. And that's all the base of what my moonshine is about. It's not about anything other than helping each other. And that's the way that I see this community. I disagree with a lot of the antics and the politics that are behind people in the moonshine community that think that, they're something, but they're truly, just other home moonshiners. It's not saying that they don't have knowledge. It's not saying that they're not experienced. It's just they don't understand that there's more to it than just one person's way. Everybody's way can work out better than others, and it's for them and for the stills that they use. Excuse me, y'all. So with that being said, it comes into, do what you feel is best. Do what works best for you, because nobody lives where you're at. So climate is a big thing on when you're distilling. Your still is a big thing on when you are distilling. And that's That's one of the biggest things that people, discredit.
Sorry about that. I gotta get better at this without Cassie.
We got bad news today from the attorney of the court date in December is going to be pushed out. The mom is going to try and fight. She has a rude awakening.
Yeah, she does.
Well,
Jamie, we all that been following Jamie, we all know the circumstances. She doesn't have a chance. You'll be fine, honey. Let us know if there's anything we can do to help you, Jamie. Roy says, found out that my grandpa started it at the end of War II during the policing of Europe. One of his buddies told me before he died 6 years ago. Wow, that's cool, Roy. Thanks for sharing that, buddy.
Yep.
Well, Celtic, thanks for holding the audience for a little while I stepped away. I hate doing that, but I like to drink too. So,
Right.
what was I gonna do? Sit here and suck on ice? Well, I guess I could have done some more shots. Speaking of which, ding, ding, ding. There you go, Randy. This is the best strawberry brandy I've ever had, honestly. It's a good strawberry brandy. 140 proof. I need to proof that down. Woo! Yeah, I do.
Running a little hot, is it?
Just not actually for 140. It's not bad at all. It's just that, yeah.
You're developing a permanent grin.
Yeah. At least they're not dropping like James said earlier. I'm surprised that my shadow, Mark Morgan's not still in here. He was in here for a minute and he left.
Well,
I'm down to 2 gallons of 100 proof, 1 gallon of 140, and 3/4 a gallon of tail. I'm wanting to know what's a good proof. Dude, again, that comes as far as personally, Randy, we talked about this. That's personal preference.
that is personal preference all the way.
So if you got
But
140,
whatever you think is good, then let it be.
Bring it down to 130, try it. Bring it down to 120, try it. You decide, man. That's all I can say. Everybody has their preference. I like my potato shine. I like it at 110. You know, that's just me. That's my preference. That's why I always run at 110 because that's my preference.
As I said,
Randy, you have to ask
I cut my liquor off at 100 proof. At 50% alcohol, I cut it down, and that's it. That's the end of it.
Nobody can argue that. Nobody. Randy, if you like 110 proof, you can set that aside and then proof it down to 100 for other people that would rather have 100. They're not going to argue 100 proof. They're not. If you like yours a little higher because that's what you like to drink it at 110, man. That's what I do.
110, 115 is still hot for most people.
It is.
Like,
so, I would definitely, if you like yours hot, Randy, then I would definitely set some of that aside for yourself and then proof it down to 100, maybe even 90. Nobody's going to argue the proof. Dude, you know how much root beer I sell at 40 proof? It flies off the fucking shelf.
Johnny Walker is 40%. Okay.
80 proof.
Most tequilas are 37.5. Like, that's what people enjoy.
And like
People don't like, not, I would say most people don't like feeling liquor go from their throat all the way down to their pecker. Like they don't like that.
Or
It makes them feel funny. They don't know whether they got to piss or whether they're getting turned on. It's one of those things. Like they don't know if they're going to have an erection lasting for 4 hours or they're about to or they have a yeast infection. Like they just don't know.
Like Becca says, for sitting around with some friends, I like a nice 80 to 90 proof. Yeah, absolutely, Becca.
Right, absolutely. It's enjoyable.
Yeah, and Hillbilly says, I like 110, 120. Everybody's got their own preference, Randy. So you got to make it the way you like it.
Yeah.
This is what I always say. At the end of the day, if nobody gets any of my drink, if I make an alcohol and nobody takes it, I have to drink it.
Right.
So
Right.
if I don't like it, that's why I say.
I mean, I've had some people that asked me for, some stronger proof liquor, and what I produce and what's available to the public is what I have. And it's like, if you want something else that's higher proof, well, I mean, you can go ahead, take my product and then take a swig of some nail polish remover and you got it. Like you're there.
I do. I have very few people. I've had people come to me, hey, I like mine high. I want my high proof. Make me some 150 proof. I have. There you go. But I also charge them a premium for it too.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And so, but the funny thing is they're just trying to be the macho man. Oh, I can do 150. Yeah, whatever, bro.
It doesn't taste good.
Then I have to comment. Hillbilly says, I want to feel it from my mouth to my butthole.
You know?
Hey, after half an hour, I guarantee you'll feel it in your butthole.
I mean, you're going to feel it coming out. That's for sure.
Woo. And Randy says, okay, my taste buds are getting confused. I'll walk away and let it breathe and wait. My taste buds are numb from tasting all day long. Not about proof that most people like. Yeah, Randy. Yeah, absolutely. And Randy, because of the fact that you've been sitting there tasting it all day, you're right. Walk away. The best thing you can do is rinse your palate with just water. It's also going to help you with your buzz too.
Right. Well, I mean, that and just like crackers, saltines.
Yeah.
That eat a cracker in between, your drinks of alcohol, and your taste palates are going to change.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, especially if you're starting off with heads, your taste of head, dude. Yeah, you're gonna fry your taste buds. You're gonna fry them, man.
Yeah.
But that being said, every time I'm doing a run, and I've learned this the hard way, is I make sure I'm drinking water in the process because you will get dehydrated and you will lose your taste buds because you're tasting for 10, 12 hours. So yeah, drink water, wash it off, let it clear out your palate, then you'll be good to go for the tasting. Hillbilly says,
Big in the lake.
70 people love. Wow, dude, that's wow. 170. Woo! Oh, there you go. Spuds. How you doing, Spuds?
Go on.
You know who I'm talking about, right, Patrick? When I say Spuds?
Spuds?
Spuds McKenzie, Budweiser.
Who's Spuds McKenzie?
Spuds McKenzie was that same dog you have with a spot over its eye.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you right now, Dogo Argentinos, they are some of the most ornery, pain in the ass dogs there are. They suck. They're beautiful dogs and they're wonderful companions, but they are a pain in the ass. They have a they're actually known as the most dangerous dog known to man. They're like
Wow.
pit bulls on steroids. They don't give up. They're bred with pointer, mastiff, bulldog, and like there's two other breeds to them, but their bite force is 500 psi, and the only one that's larger than that is a cane corso, which is a 700 psi. But the thing about them is they have the hunter instinct into them, and these dogs were bred to hunt lions, hunt pumas. So there's kind of a little history with them. But they're an asshole. Stop. Are you there? Did I lose you? Hello. It looks like I'm just here by myself now. I don't know how. Me and my customers, it all varies from flavors. It's never the same as long as the people are happy. That's correct. I mean, and it's all about finding that medium, right? To where you need to see the majority of people like it at a certain alcohol percentage or an alcohol proof, depending on where you're at. And you run with that, you know? I mean, can you have something that's selective for certain individuals? Yes, but those are going to be like your closest friends or family or something like that. But if you're trying to grow in this business and try to commercialize yourself, you need to find a medium of what you're going to set your alcohol percentage at. And that's what you produce. And if people don't like it or some people turn away from it, okay, well, not going to be any skin off your back. It is what it is. They don't like it. Okay. But majority of the people are going to want to return. So, it all depends on what your goals are and what you're doing, with your shine.
Go.
So it looks like Uncle Moonshine has signed off here. But again, me and my customers, it all varies. Yeah. Yeah. So I got that. But anyways, everybody, Celtic Hills Moonshine. Love y'all. Hope to see you guys soon. Give me messages. Hit me up on Facebook. Anyways, looking for advice. Anything need to be said, we're here for you. And if I don't have the answer for you, I'll make sure I'll find the answer for you. So take care. Love y'all.
There we go. Hey, you guys, can you hear me now? I'm back. Damn it. I'm sorry Celtic had to jump out. I'm sorry I had a problem. I don't know what happened. It just boop, went off. Can you guys still hear me? Roy, don't leave. Becca, don't leave. James, I got 2 viewers still. Glad I stayed in. Yeah, me too, Randy. I'm going to send the invite back to Patrick and see if I can get him back in here or whatever. I don't know what happened. I just lost everything, so I can't explain it. StreamYard has been acting funny here lately. It's been talked about amongst other podcasters about StreamYard's been messing up as well, mainly with Facebook. So when you try to combine the two, it's been a mess. It really has. So, okay, let me send the invite back to Patrick, see if he wants to come back. We know what I get it. We're almost 3 hours into this. I didn't cover everything I wanted to, but that's all good. You know, it is. It really is. It's all good. Sometimes these things work out great. Sometimes they don't. It is what it is. And my computer's acting really slow, so I'm thinking it's on my end. Honestly, dude. Yeah, it's acting really weird right now, guys. I apologize. I was really looking forward to tonight to talking to Patrick and going over some things. I wanted to go over some more things in more detail. Like I say, it is what it is. When there's things out of control that you can't control, then you know, I hate it, but it is what it is. It really is. I really wanted to play that song for you guys. And maybe by it kicking me out, me being coming back in, maybe I can make it happen. Well, looky here. Looky here. I know I don't have very many viewers on right now, but I think I can play this song right about now. So, this is here. All I got to play. Can you hear that okay, Randy? You can't hear it? Yeah. Look, it's weird. Wait, stop it. Let me invite him back. Um, See if he comes back. I don't know if he will or not. Damn, I can't believe he couldn't hear that. It's loud as hell on my end. Huh, that's weird. Did you hear me? But did you hear the music, Hillbilly? When I was playing Celtic's song, it's playing a lot of shit on my end. No music. What the fuck, man? This whole thing with StreamYard and Facebook, it's got to go. They got to figure this shit out and help us out here. I want a refund. I paid a lot of money to be able to StreamYard. If I can't stream my stuff, then what's the point? There you go. It's Dunder, not Thunder. Dunder. I was bopping by myself. That's funny, Billy. Oh, that's funny as hell. Uh, yeah. Hey, I want to appreciate everybody for coming in tonight watching Patrick from Celtic Hills Moonshine. Great guy, super guy. I love what he's doing, what how he's representing everything. I sent him an invite to come back, whether he will or not. We're almost 3 hours into this, so he's probably getting ready to go to bed or whatever. Who knows? But might be going to hit something, getting something. Yeah, yeah, that's what I should be doing. Go knocking some off. That's what we all should be doing. But yeah, we all know how that works. Hey, anybody wants to come up? Feel free. I'll send you a link here. Let me put the link down here in the comments. You're more than welcome up now that just so you guys know, when I have a special guest on, I don't like to bring a bunch of people up here at the same time just because we get to talking over each other and whatnot. So when I have a special guest, I'd rather just go through the special guest and later on, when I'm done with my interview, I'm more than happy to bring you guys in. We can talk. I like talking face to face rather than through text. So let me paste this, and you guys are more than welcome to join me if you want to. Feel free. I'm up for a little bit. I'm not going to bed right away. Tomorrow's my last day off before I go back to work. So, hey, I can sleep in a little while. Not long, not much, just a little while. Yeah, I wouldn't even let me, StreamYard wouldn't even let me stream to my group page. So I don't know. Randy, you're more welcome in too, buddy. Anybody's welcome in if you want to come in. Honestly, I have no issues. I just like to finish my interview with a special guest before I have a bunch of people, because that's what happens is we end up talking over each other and everybody gets confused and upset and disgruntled, and it's like, yeah, I'm out. I'm going to bed, kind of thing. But we can turn it into the shit show now because the interview is pretty much over. I hate that because, like I said, I had some more questions I had for Patrick, but it is what it is. Things happen. It wasn't a bad podcast tonight, but it wasn't the best either. Like I said, things happen. Love you guys. I got some things coming up in the future. Not a lot, but I am concentrating on doing more podcasts. I have some people set up, but I haven't got confirmation on dates. I do have a confirmation on one date, and I highly recommend you tune in on this one. And hopefully Cassie will be in here and help me navigate shit. But I won't announce who it is just yet until I got 100% confirmation. But you guys, I think all of you know him. There he is. He came back. Cool. Fucking A.
I'm back.
Yeah, all right. Sorry about that. I don't know what the fuck happened, buddy. I really don't.
Oh,
But yeah,
I was about getting ready to probably go lay down anyway here
yeah,
shortly.
I kind of figured as much, but I want to send you an invite. I hated the way that happened. I have no idea what happened. It just went bloop, and I was like, "What the fuck?"
Never
And
can't tell what to do.
I heard you telling everybody good night, and I was like, "Wait, not yet."
Yeah, well, I didn't know if your phone died. I didn't know if your power went out. I didn't know if you were getting a blowjob by some hooker down the street. It was one of those to where it was like, well, you know what? I love y'all. Hope y'all have a good night.
I hear you. Well, I wish it was all the above, but it wasn't. It just Frankie just went bloop, and I was like, "What the fuck just happened?" I'm on my
Right, right.
like, I don't know, man. Randy, he says, I'm draining my setup. I'd be walking around, but if you want, I'm here for entertainment." Like, dude, I'm glad it's entertaining for you, and you're more than welcome to stick around as long as you want, man. If you feel like
Absolutely.
if you gotta go drain the dragon, go drain
Go, go drain the main vein. You know what I mean?
it. You gotta do what you gotta do. Then James pops in and says, "I thought Randy Thompson Strawberry knocked him out." Hey, it's not far from that. It's really not. But, yeah, you guys see me on these podcasts before where I get not slinging drunk. Yeah.
Yeah, I try not to get myself that way,
I'm
especially on a podcast, because if I wake up and I say some shit that I don't remember, I'm gonna feel pretty bad about it. Because usually the shit that I say when I'm drunk doesn't really come out in the nicest way.
I'm with you, buddy. I've been there, done that, and look back at
Mm-hmm.
it. Guess what? Damn, I was fucked up. I need to quit doing it.
Hell, I learned my lesson when I was younger. You know, I went through just some terrible fucking breakup, and I was working at a bar too, and I was a bartender, and you know, we were at my bar. We were able to put all of our drinks on our tab for our paycheck, right? Well, one night, like I was going in there, and I was just hammered, slosh drunk. And I decided, oh, yeah, I want to keep ordering, keep ordering. I ended up drinking 2 bottles of fucking Jameson, 11 beers, and I was fucking done. A
Whoa.
bachelorette party came in. I ended up dropping the bachelorette on the dance floor, and then I ended
No.
up falling myself. And then I wake up in fucking the county jail with 3 bruise marks like that look like fingerprints on my arms. And I was like, what the fuck happened? So then I call my boss when I get it, because they let me go right away in the morning. I asked my boss what happened. They're like, Patrick, like I had to grab you to get out of the bar. And I was like, is this what these fingerprints came from?
Yeah. So, I know pretty much we had 10 people in here earlier. Now we're down to 3, but I did want to ask you a few more questions, Patrick. I hope you
Sure.
don't mind. What got you to move to Mexico to begin with?
So that was a big thing. So my fiance alone, you know, we were down here for Christmas, and we came back in January, and she didn't realize that she overstayed her permit. Now you're talking about somebody that's always paid her bills, created employment for the American people, never has even had contact with the police, even over a speeding ticket, ever. And the customs took her and said, no, you overstayed your permit. We are now barring you from the United States for 10 years. And they deported her right back.
Holy crap.
That ain't right.
Yeah. Now, explain this to me, to where you have illegals that come into the United States, they commit crimes, they throw them in jail, and then they put them out on the streets in America with probation or parole and keep them there. But they don't deport them. But you want to
Makes no
deport
sense.
somebody that has created jobs for the American people, that has paid all of the bills, all the taxes, everything, never's been in trouble with the law, but you want to bar those people from the United States? There's something wrong.
Yeah, that's been talked about a lot, buddy, that you say that, especially with this past election. Where
Mhm.
I'm gonna have to call
we've got people,
DeSantis.
we got illegal immigrants here that have committed crimes. We know about it. They just let them roam the streets. And, then you got people that are trying to do it the right way, and everything, but they condemn them and don't let them in. It's like, what the fuck?
She overstayed her permit by 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
The last accident I was in, I rear-ended this girl. Totally my fault. She was driving a stick shift, and it stalled out, and I ended up rear-ending her. Okay.
Uh-huh.
when I checked her driver's license and everything, she had a temporary driver's license that had expired.
Yep.
I was still at fault. Honestly, when you think about it, she shouldn't have even been on the road.
Correct.
So I'm like, how am I at fault when she shouldn't even been there? Yes, I rear-ended her. But at the same time, it's like, whatever. You know, how you going to fight it?
It's just crazy to me. And that was, the decision that I made. It was like, all right, well, and to be truthfully honest, she made a lot more money than I did. She had a lot more money than me. I mean, but this is somebody that you want to bar from the United States, somebody that's actually doing well for the country, that's doing, something productive, that's helping the economy grow, helping the American workers, have employment. And this is the person that you fucking eliminate.
Unbelievable.
But you want to keep drug
Thugs on the
dealers,
street.
rapists, murderers, and shit inside the fucking United States. Like, it's wrong.
Makes no sense.
And that's when I came to my decision of being like, all right, well, then I'll leave too. I'm good.
So you're still with her today or no?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Getting married
Can y'all-
November 23rd.
Can y'all hear me?
Nice.
Can y'all hear me?
I have literally, as of total right now, I have spent $700,000 on my wedding.
Holy fuck. Dude, I wish you hadn't told me that. Damn.
It's scary, ain't it?
Dude, I was balking at 10,000.
Yeah, no. I mean, this is my house here. I don't know if you can put me on big screen or not.
I'll try.
Can you hear me, Uncle Moonshine?
Yeah, I can hear you, buddy.
Okay.
I'm trying to
Hey,
put
Patrick.
you. Let me see. Hold on. Let me try this.
Hey,
I'm
Patrick,
trying to
buddy.
put you on big screen.
On a solo screen.
I'm trying, buddy. I'm not very computer savvy, so just bear with me. It's not let. Oh, hold on. Let me try that.
I better leave that still.
Yeah, it's not letting me.
No.
Sorry.
Well, if you can see it.
Let me
It's a
try it.
beautiful, beautiful place.
Yeah, you
Looks like
showed us
something out
on
of
Pillbilly
Scarface.
one night.
Correct. Like, I got a 17-bedroom, 9-bathroom house. You know, like,
Hey, do you need a still hand?
That's my
I
job.
do. I would love to have all the local moonshiners all grouped together, come down here with me, and let's just do some wonderful things. Like, I would be all about it.
Dude,
I'm trying.
that would be
I
awesome.
want to take some of that Indian corn. Hey, that blue corn I was showing you today, some of that
Yeah.
came from Mexico.
Yeah,
those
Randy, I'm
ears,
glad you
that's who I'm
brought
saving
that
them
up.
for. Sir?
I'm glad you brought that up because you were asking me about it earlier. And then I was talking to Patrick about his corn. He said it's blue. And I'm like, well, fuck, maybe that's what it is. It's Mexican corn. I don't know.
I looked it up, and some of it's originally from there, and I've got those ears were from Mexico, and that's the ones that I saved specifically for Patrick when I got a hold of Luke from the agricultural guy. We went through all the breeds, and I went online and looked, and he confirmed that all those ears originated from where he's at. And I
Okay,
said,
cool.
if those are, I'm gonna save them for him, and that's what I'm doing.
Hey.
I'm just trying to get him there.
All right. I think I got this set up. Patrick, let me try this. There you
Yeah.
go.
You got it.
There you go.
So, this
God damn, dude. Looks like you're at a fucking resort.
It looks like the house out of Scarface, dude.
Woo! This 140 proof's about to kick my ass.
And this is just the top half of it.
Damn,
This
dog.
isn't considering the bottom. Randy knows the bottom, which
Yeah.
you walk right down those stairs right there, and I have a whole bottom hotel.
Randy would know the bottom.
That's right.
Damn it.
That's why they call me Bush Hog.
Yeah.
I ain't scared to go down there.
So you know what? It was all like, to me, it's keep living in the bullshit that's been going on in America for, since the Obama times, or let it all fucking go and actually live in a place where you feel free. And that's exactly what I did.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's the truth here. Like, I went from a place to where I was always looking over my shoulder from the law of making sure I wasn't doing anything wrong, to where now I drive down the street and I'm waving at the police and they all know me. They're like, "Yep, hey, how you doing?" Like, nice to see you. To where it's like I'm meeting with the governor. I'm going to be meeting with the president here next week. The president of Mexico. Like, you would have never thought.
That's something I want to talk about too. That was brought up in another podcast that you're getting ready to meet the president. What's that all about?
That is about, so there are towns here in Mexico that are called magic towns. And a magic town is a place where something original and unique only comes from that town. And we're talking about making Tuixtla, where I live, a magic town over the moonshine.
Cool.
Because it is the first that's ever been created in Mexico. And this is what they want to go off of. And on top of it, going through history, and there was a archaeologist, a scientist, and I forgot what the other person was called, but they're the ones that they dig up artifacts from like from the Mayan and Aztec cultures. But my property here is built on top of a pyramid from the Mayan. Yeah.
Wow.
So I am distilling on top of a pyramid.
Damn.
Yeah.
Awesome.
How this all played out, I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
So that being said, how many acres are you on?
10.
10. And you got a lot of mango trees too, right?
I have 60 mango trees that are over 50 years old.
Wow. Unbelievable. I love that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So in the property you're on, the house, what's the square footage on it?
So my square footage of my house is 29,000 square feet.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. That's crazy. Yeah, I barely have 3,000 square feet.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is, I mean, the life that, if you choose to live, it's very simple here. As far as the people go, everything is much slower.
I'm not hearing nothing.
But, it's peaceful. Like a lot of people think that Mexico is dangerous. No, it's not. It's a hell of a lot more dangerous in the United States than it is here. You are more prone to being a victim of a crime in the United States than you are here. But if you go looking for stupid, you're going to find it, and stupid is going to find you very fast here. That's the thing. And it's not going to cost you a night in jail. It's going to cost you your head. So Pick your
Right.
poison. You
We,
either come, mind your business, and enjoy yourself, or
we've talked
you
about
go
that
the other route.
podcast, and a lot of people were like, "It not to say that you're wrong or anything like that. You got your boots on the ground. You know better than anybody. You're there." And I've had other people on podcasts where we did this Hurricane Helene thing just recently, a couple weeks ago, where
Uh,
I'm talking to people that have their boots on the ground that are actually experiencing it. So I'm going to refer to them before I refer to anybody else.
sure.
So you saying that, yeah, I'm going to believe what you say because you're there.
Nobody can argue with me about it because they are not there. They're not here. They look on what's going on the news, and the news portrays shit that happened 10, 15 years ago, and they like to spin the narrative. Like, I'm sorry, I don't trust CNN, I don't trust Fox, I don't trust any news media because all they do is try and spark for a story for ratings, and that's it. But
That's it.
from here, I am telling you firsthand, I am here. I have been here long enough. I have traveled all around in vehicle from Matamoros all the way down to Cancun, the whole goddamn country, and not one problem. And it's because I don't go looking for it.
Right. No, and that's good that you brought that up and you pointed that out. I appreciate that. I want to get back to the comments just real quick because I find it funny. Hillbilly says, "Dang, bro, I'm moving to Mexico and making moonshine."
Come on, baby.
I'm with you,
Come
buddy.
on, baby.
And then James says,
But
"I'm looking into my." James says, "I'm looking into my wife's passport."
yeah,
Hell yeah, buddy. I'm with you guys. I'm ready to go. It's just like we were talking about earlier. You can tell me X is wrong because your experiences or your knowledge, but you're not here running my still. So you're going to tell me I'm wrong about what I'm saying about my still. The same thing goes with you being in Mexico. You're going to tell me I'm wrong. I'm here.
right. And that, I mean that happens. Everybody just it's a shame that the media portrays Mexico the way that it does, and it's shameful. Now, obviously there's more behind it, and a lot of it has to do with control. And I think it's just like if people really realized, the better life that individuals live here in Mexico, they would lose a lot of citizens.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. Absolutely right.
They would 100%. I mean, here, so like all my food that I get, everything is organic. There's no preservatives. There's no shit that's put into my food, from the meat to the bread to the vegetables. Everything is all 100% organic. I have never had a better diet in my life than being here.
I totally agree with you, sir. I made a point 3 or 4 years ago when I was working and living in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
I went and bought a loaf of bread. And then shortly after, I decided to go on the Atkins diet, which is all protein, it's all meat.
Shame on you.
No, hear me out. Hear me out. It was a month later. I go to check, going through my pantry before I went grocery shopping. I'm seeing what I need, what I don't, blah, blah, blah. And I see this loaf of bread. I open it. Dude, I'm talking, it's been good 5-6 weeks. This loaf of bread is still good. There's no mold on it. What the fuck am I eating?
And see, when I grew up with my grandpa,
Dude,
he wouldn't eat,
a week. A loaf of bread would be
he wouldn't buy bread. And I was like, Grandpa, why don't you go buy bread? He's like, why would I need to do that when I can make a loaf for a nickel? I mean, he grew up in the Depression times, though,
Right.
you know?
Right.
So every Sunday, he would make 6 loaves of bread, and then he'd keep one out and he would freeze the rest.
That's what my
And when
mom
that
did.
went down,
Mom did the
every,
same thing.
all the time. You know, so he'd make his own biscuits. He'd, can his own fruit and can his own fucking tomatoes, can his own vegetables. Like he just was that person. He was the one that told me, he said, if you cannot buy it cash, then you shouldn't be buying it at all.
That's what my dad said.
Yeah.
No business buying it if you can't pay it for cash.
Oh, so, it was funny when he was 85 years old. And he talked about, us taking a trip down into Costa Rica. And I told him, I was like, it may be a good idea to get a credit card, as we're traveling into a different country. It's easier to get your money back in case something happens with the credit card than it is with the debit card. So we go into his bank, and he's never had credit in his life, ever. He paid for his house cash. He paid for all of his vehicles cash. He was the founder of the mental health system in northern Colorado. And we go in there, and he goes to qualify for a credit card, and they denied him. They said, no, we can't do that. And it was like, well, what do you mean? What do you mean? No, you're denying him for this? Like, he has plenty of money in the bank. He has plenty of money in stocks. Like, you guys know this. And he's like, come back to the room with us. So we go back up into the manager's office, and they said the only reason why he was denied is because they know for right when he used his card that he would pay it right then.
Yeah.
And they said they don't want customers like him.
Right.
And it was like, okay.
Yeah. I had the same, very similar incident happen with my stepfather. He, like I said, like you were talking about, he paid everything cash. You can't pay it cash, you don't need it. And that's he lived by that. He swore by it. We went on a family reunion over in Tennessee from Missouri, and we flew in. My mom worked for the airlines. We flew for free. We got there. We needed to rent a car. They would not rent him a car because he did not have a credit card.
Right.
So he applied for one, and he's like, they denied him when he applied for it. We're like, what the fuck, dude? This guy's worth millions. Are you fucking kidding me? He showed him his bank account. No, dude, this is what I got. They're like, sorry. And it was like, are you fucking kidding me? He said, so what do I have to do? And they said, well, you can put down. He had to put down $10,000 cash deposit to rent that fucking car.
Yeah.
It was crazy. I couldn't believe it. He did it. And of course, he got it back and whatnot, but it was like, this is fucking stupid.
It was insane. Yeah. I mean, my grandfather was the same way. I mean, when he passed away with his assets and everything, he had $1.3 million.
That's exactly
and
what my dad
they denied him. The thing that really boggles my mind the most is my dad ended up he took all of it. He sold all of his assets, took everything.
Wow.
And my dad was broke in 7 months.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. You say that many, many years ago, when we started the lottery, right? It went from state to state. This state voted in, this state voted in, yada, yada. Well, back when I used to, I don't mean to be political here, but I used to watch Oprah Winfrey.
Holy shit.
And she had some guests on her show one time, lottery winners. And this one guy had won 6 times, 6 fucking times, and was flat busted broke. I was like, how can you fucking win 6 times and be flat busted broke?
Because if you don't know how to make it, you don't know how to spend it.
There you go.
And that's the
But
truth behind it.
it really is. That never came out. He used the excuse. Of course, he started pointing fingers, right? He was not the guilty one, not him. No, it wasn't his fault. So he started pointing fingers, and he said, "You would be surprised," and I don't doubt what he's saying. I really don't. How many people come out of the woodwork and claim they know you and they were part of that lottery and you owed them, so they would sue you? Now he's got to pay these attorneys. Yada,
You,
yada,
you don't know what what I've gone throughout my terms of success to where I had people that, they wouldn't look twice at me, and they treated me like shit throughout school. And then they come in just like out of the wood, just out of the dark, be like, "Oh, hey, Patrick, I see you're doing well. Like, it's great to see that." And blah 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 blah. Like, hey, like, "Oh, hey, I'm short on rent. Do you mind spotting me $100?" It's
yeah.
like, well, I haven't heard from you in 15 fucking years. Like,
All of a sudden, you're my
what
best
are you talking
friend.
about?
Yeah, I understand. I get it. Yeah. now,
Like, I
now,
don't mind
dude,
helping my
I've known
friend.
I've known you for 15 years, bro. We're brothers, man. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I haven't spoke to you in 12 of those.
Right. Like, you spoke to me maybe 3 times when we were growing up. Like, who the fuck are you?
You used to threaten to kick my ass all the time, motherfucker.
Yeah. Well, I was, yeah, a little bit different,
I'm
but
just saying. I'm just
but
throwing it out.
it's literally it's like that though. And I try and tell people that when you grow yourself to into a high success, that you'll get a lot of people from your past trying to come back into your life. And those are the people that you need to stay far clear from. You are where you're at because of a reason. It's because of your surroundings. Your surroundings are everything. If if you walk like a duck, quack like a duck, you are a duck.
You're a
I mean,
duck.
that's just what it is.
Hey,
And you don't see Elon Musk going to the Super Bowl games and chilling and hanging out. He's way too busy for that. You don't see Warren Buffett doing any of that stuff. You don't see Donald Trump doing any of that stuff. Like, okay, he goes to the UFC events and supports his friend Dana White in his business. Okay, he does that, but you know what? He does that maybe once or twice a year at most.
hey,
At most. And that's just because he's just too busy.
I was able, it's all fucked up right now, but I'm able to show some videos and play your song. So, but I want to start off with this video right here.
Fucking A. Today.
Cool. Well, I think my fuck up, me getting kicked out a while ago, it allowed me to do some stuff. So,
Right.
also,
Right on.
I want to show this.
Come on. There's a feliz home. Yeah, man. It's the tires on my old truck. And there's a great gate to be flat there. That's when I know that I belong. Yeah. Love this life, it's all I need. So God bless this land, my friends and family. From Cape Town to Sydney, Nashville, Tennessee. I'm proud to say that country is for me.
Yeah, man.
So the artist of that song just reposted that video.
Really?
Yeah.
That's cool. Fucking
Just
A, man.
reposted that video on his TikTok.
I got that off, just so everybody knows, I got that off of TikTok. So, I want to say this because I know people go back and later and watch this video later. They're not on here live, watch this live, but they will go back and pick it up later and watch the content and whatnot. Please feel free to pick up on Patrick, Celtic Moonshine or Celtic Hills Moonshine. Follow him on Facebook. Follow him on TikTok as well. He's got a lot of great content. And here's one of them right here.
Round here a truck stay muddy. Dirty, baby. Out here a cooler's loaded down. Ice cold. Ain't scared to knuckle up, buddy. Never. Better think twice before you run. Don't you mind now? What you see is what you get at. What you get is what it is. What it is.
I love that song, man.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
That
now,
is.
That being said, being songs, here's your song. So here's your song right here.
Yeah.
Started from the Celtic Hills on down to the United States. Moving further southbound is where we all relate. Pour a drink for me and a drink for you. Grab a couple more and we'll drink for two. Moonshine, moonshine, we'll never let you down. No matter what you go through for, it's two for me and two for you. Now we're southbound, down in the Mexico. Got that still hot, we're gonna let it all go. Celtic Hills moonshine is the way we roll. Pour a drink for me and a drink for you. Grab a couple more and we'll drink for two. Moonshine will never let you down. No matter what you go through for, it's two for me and two for you. Now we're southbound down in the Mexico. Got that still hot, we're gonna let it all go. Celtic Hills moonshine is the way we roll. Pour a drink for me and a drink for you. Grab a couple more and we'll drink for two. Moonshine, moonshine, we'll never let you down. No matter what you go through for, it's two for me and two for you. Grab a couple more and we'll drink for two. Moonshine will never let you down. No matter what you go through for, it's two for me and two for you.
Hell yes.
Man, that's badass. I love it. That's cool. I could have earlier while everybody was here.
It's two for me and two for you.
Hell yeah,
Yeah.
man.
We'll drink for two. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I usually do
Right.
3 or 4.
Yeah, right.
I'm just gonna click through these while we're here. See what I got on here. Yeah. Well,
Yes, sir.
Patrick, I saw you were saying something, but when those videos are playing, you and I are both muted while those are playing.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Those stills are awesome. They're beautiful. And I wanted to play that. I'm glad it brought it up because that was before they shipped out to you.
Yep.
That was from Copper Steel Co. Yeah.
Yep.
Awesome.
To get those stills here, they were 1,100 each, extra, in just shipping. In shipping.
Fuck that! I was gonna ship you some stuff. Fuck that. No.
You know, again, I'm willing to pay the extra money for it.
Well, all right. Well, we'll talk later about that. We'll see what we can do. But here's something else I downloaded. I want to make sure. It's so small I can't see it until I play it. So here we go.
Oh.
Sipping on some shine. Sipping on some shine. Sipping on some shine. Looking every minute 'cause I'm never promised anyway. Gripping on these dreams 'cause I'll never let them get away. Sipping on some shine. Sip.
That's awesome. That's on your TikTok. If anybody watches it picks this up later, follow this guy Celtic Celtic Hills Moonshine. He's on TikTok as well. Got a lot of great content on your TikTok. Dude, I love it. That's where I got a lot of your stuff from.
Yeah, so I greatly appreciate that. And there's more to come. I mean, as I said, I got to put together, what the mixologist did today. I mean, for what he showed me that can be done with even my product. And this goes with everybody's product, that they can do this with themselves. I mean, you're talking about taking moonshine to a whole nother level.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not going to be that backwoods drink that everybody loves. Like, it's going to go throughout all of, a higher class restaurants into, just as I said, the backwoods people. And it's affordable because we make it, we do it.
Yeah.
And when you can create something like that, it speaks numbers.
Yep.
It speaks high numbers. And the thing about Mexico City is, as far as the food and beverage industry goes, is they are rated number 3 for having the best food and beverage in the world.
I wouldn't doubt it. I really wouldn't.
Yeah, it's amazing on some of the restaurants that they have here. Like, a lot of the master culinary artists, the mixologists, all come to Mexico City because it's what it's known for. And to have the how do I put it? He is the most well-known mixologist in all of Mexico.
Wow.
To come here and do all of his mixes with my drinks. I sent you some pictures of what he did.
I don't know if I have them downloaded or not, but I will try to get to those.
And I'll post those on my Facebook as well, and into Moonshine Collective.
Here's one of them. Can you tell me what this drink is?
And that's a Caballero that I did. That is with clove, cinnamon, nutmeg, honey, and what was the other thing? Oh, geez, I'm trying to think here now that I had a few drinks in me.
I know how that works.
But he mixed that with a grapefruit and a mineral water and an orange slice, and it's phenomenal.
Citrus drink.
It's a citrus drink.
Huh.
It takes like the fruit gin to a whole nother level.
Huh. That's different. Yeah. I didn't. A lot of my followers, everybody knows that I don't normally like gin, but the newer gins that are coming out, wow, holy crap! I'm a gin fan. I really
Yeah.
am. And
Yeah.
before to me, it was like rubbing alcohol. It's like
Right.
shit. But now,
Right.
it's like holy crap. Here's another drink that you shared with me. What is that?
Hmm.
Why is it
Yeah.
great?
So that is a mix of rosemary and oh, what did he add all into that? Blue cacao,
Wow.
lavender, and that was what was my alcohol that he used? I believe on that one he used my cucumber.
Oh wow. I love
Yeah.
cucumber. Dude,
Yeah. So
you can't go
it was
wrong
just
with
like
me
it
with
was just a
cucumber.
garden fresh. It was it was incredible.
Well, this one that I'm about to show now reminds me when I see this, when it's in the vessel, container, whatever you want to say, glass, I can't help but think, before I show the picture, the only thing I can think of is volcano.
I know exactly which one you're talking about. Yes, sir.
So, what is this?
So that one right there, he mixed blue cacao, pineapple, and kiwi mint
Oh, wow. Holy
all
crap.
together. And those are like little chamoy candies that's
Yeah.
made from dehydrated mango that's in a tahine and chamoy seasoning with a lemon slice to it. And I'm telling you right now, that is one hot commodity. That is money. Money. Like
What
that
I'm
is
saying,
you will not beat that. I don't care what Jolly Rancher you add to your moonshine. I don't care what sugar packet and Kool-Aid packet you add to your moonshine. You are not beating that drink right there because that right there is going to be 100% a party favorite.
wow. It looks like it is. And I would love to try it at some point. Who knows? Maybe it will, maybe it won't. This
Well,
other one,
why don't you just get your passport there, Uncle Moonshine, and you come on down and
dude, I would love to. Depending on, I got a lot of shit going on right now, personal stuff. If it all works out the right way, which it never does for me, but if it does, then I will be down, sir. I will definitely do that.
Has anybody ever told you that excuses are like assholes? Everybody has one.
Oh yeah, I hear it a lot.
But
This
yeah,
next one,
it's one of those to where it's like you go and just do it, and then you don't know whether it's going to be the best time of your life or it's going to be the worst. But either way, you're going to go back with the story.
and at the end of the day, when you die, what do you have left? There's nothing.
Stories, memories.
Exactly. So
You could be this one fucking time.
yeah,
You know.
to be honest with you, Patrick, I have been very fortunate and I have traveled the world. And I've been to a lot of places. I've done a lot of things. If I
Yeah.
was to die in this instant, I would still be thankful because I have done a lot of things in my life that a lot of people never have, nor never will.
Right.
I've seen almost all of the United States. I've been to almost every state. I've been to other countries. I've seen a lot and done a lot and very thankful for that.
Yeah.
So that being said, sir, we can always say that, but we also have our lives and families to consider. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I do.
When I was single, which I was most of my life until 13 years ago.
Who said I could? Did I say that you couldn't bring your wife?
No. I'm not serious. I didn't mean that at all. I just meant that there's other things that come in perspective as far as their jobs or liabilities, yada yada yada. Okay. Before, when it was just me, I'd jump up at a heart fucking beat and go. I'd be gone
Right.
later, you know. But it was just me then, right?
So,
I got-
so you talk about jobs, right? So, okay, if we're going to talk about your job, are you telling me that you don't have any paid time off?
I got a lot of pay time.
Okay, so problem number one, squash. Okay, so then let's talk about liability. What's the liability?
Everybody else involved. So
Who
when I leave and I take this money
are
to
are
them,
they above the age of 18 years old?
that's no longer an issue. That part.
Okay, well, see, okay, so that's eliminated. So where's the liability? You're telling me that people cannot be liable for themselves for 4 or 5 fucking days.
Hear me out. So I'm gonna agree with you. It's me being a dumbass.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Well, at least we can establish that.
You know, at this point in my life, why don't I just say, fuck it, I'm gone.
Exactly. I mean, it's that simple.
It really is.
Yeah. And it's like for what, 4 days, 4 or 5 days? Oh,
And
okay.
it would I know it would be the time of my life.
Uh-huh.
And like I said, I've been all over
And it
the
would be
world.
great content.
For me to go to Mexico and do a run of shine with you, sir, that
Uh-huh.
would be the highlight of my life.
It would be a fantastic thing, and it would be great content for you. It'd be great content for me. You know, we could do something great, but I mean, it's more than just doing a run and shine together.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
it's
Yeah.
it's about building such, you know, strong relationships. You know, what we can call cross country. You know, cross country shining.
Dude, here's something I want to throw at you while we were doing a podcast.
Uh-huh.
So I've done a lot of interviews and podcasts with Master Distiller Moonshine. It's been on the show,
Mhm.
right? Why doesn't Master Distillers do an international?
Because nobody does it. Nobody does it down here. I am literally the only moonshiner here.
Even if you weren't involved, my point is, why don't they do it international? Because a lot of people do it all over the world. It's not just you. It's not just Mexico. It's not just USA.
Right. Australia. I mean, a lot of it, like Australia. I have a friend of mine in Australia who does this, and
exactly.
they're very, very, very strict. Like they don't deal with the Hollywood bullshit, you know, all the fake shit.
Right.
Like they're not about it. Like they will hammer your ass and they will throw you in prison. Literally.
Wow.
Like they are dead serious about that. So that's why, you know, they don't do that.
I have friends in Greenland, the UK.
Yeah.
I'm just saying they need to do an international one where, you know, I understand there's legalities and stuff like that. I also tried to get on the show myself on Master Distillers. They're willing. The biggest part, and here's the problem. Part of the problem is they're only willing to pay your gas. So if I was to drive from Florida to Gatlinburg, they're willing to pay my gas and hotel room. So are they pay somebody's airfare from some other foreign country? You know,
I mean, I'm sure they would. It just goes with more of their setup and everything. But you know, it doesn't strike their interest as far as like the moonshining goes, because I mean, moonshine really got its name through the prohibition in America, not anywhere else.
I get that. But when they do a lot of their shows, they do talk about George Washington, Ireland, where this stuff came from, stuff like that. So why don't we bring that in? Show me, you know what I'm saying?
I don't disagree with you.
That's just
Like,
my
I really don't. But I mean, I'm sure probably in the near future that I may be receiving some phone calls of some sort for that.
I can give you the hookup of the person you need to contact to be on the show. I have a personal contact with that person.
You know, but me personally, like, I don't care for that type of fame. I don't care to be on TV. I don't want to sit there and go and battle against other master distillers or anything. Like, for what? You know, me, it's I do my own, and I have my own reason, my own purpose for what I'm doing. You know, these guys do it for their own fame. They do it to try and get ahead in their own life. Me, I'm trying to do it to build up the life of others. And that's the difference.
I totally agree. I totally get that. But at the same time, you could tell your story to the world. Because when I say that, I know a lot of people that I met at festivals that watch the show across the world. It's not just the United States, they watch it across the world. So, with that being said, at the very bare minimum, even if you didn't win, you can still tell your story.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, I'd be all open for that, but myself personally, I am not going to reach out to them to have them, you know, come and, you know, even take a look at me. If they want to look at me, then I'm easily found. You know, I'm in the Moonshine Collective. I'm in the Moonshine Militia. Like, I'm around everywhere where they are. Like, I'm easily spotted. I mean, Amanda Bryant, you know, saw my photo with the famous Mexican chef here. She liked me. Like, okay, she sees where I am. You know.
That being said, sir, I'm sure that McGilla already knows about you. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, like, and
hey,
you know,
I want to change the subject real quick because we were on it earlier. But this drink right here, in particular, I thought this drink was for me, and you tell me all about this drink.
That's another one.
Dude,
that was.
I saw that. It correct me if I'm wrong. What is that? Oh, that skewer. Is that not cucumber?
That is a cucumber right there.
Yeah, dude. I saw that. I was like, man, that's got my name written all over it.
So that has my cucumber moonshine in it.
God.
And it's also basil. And it has a green apple frambuesa.
Oh my God. I would love to have that.
Oh my, and I'm telling you right now, man, that is a wet dream alive.
My daughter, with Cassie, Princess Moonshine, who's usually on here and doing all the stuff, she made a cucumber kombucha. I absolutely loved it because it just reminds me of springtime, summertime, early summertime. Oh my God, when you drink this, it's like, wow. The cucumber in it just says so much. So, yeah, I would love to try that drink.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I'd like to try and find a way to send you some of my shine up there where you're at. I just
need
it
to bring
it
my
would be
down there.
it would be really hard.
Yeah.
I would have to put it. I would probably have to put it in little small jars that are like 2.5 shots in one.
Right.
And
I got
and
little, I got these little bottles that hold 2.5 ounces. And
right.
yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. It's like, yeah, it's really good, yada yada.
Yeah.
I get it.
I
No,
I
the
I
best
I think that would
scenario,
be the only way.
the best scenario, sir, that I can see for me for that happening is for me to come there.
Right?
Seriously.
Yeah.
And goddamn, I can do all the reviews all I want on that, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, I got plenty of bottles. As I said, the one that I just did, which is a mango habanero honeycomb.
Oh wow.
Not just the honey, but the
Oh
honeycomb.
wow.
And the
You know,
way that the honeycomb wax
yeah.
smooths out the liquor and smooths down the habanero is unreal. And
Well,
I mean unreal. He made a drink with that and pineapple juice and agave syrup. Just those three ingredients. And it was phenomenal. There you go, take a piss. Well, if he's going to take a piss, I'm going to take a piss. He has to get off camera. I'll piss while I'm sitting here on camera. That's the good thing about living in the country of Mexico.
that's awesome. I was here. I could hear you the whole time I was gone, but I could still hear you.
Well, if you got to take a piss, well, I'm going to take a piss, except I'm going to take a piss on camera.
You know, when you get to be my age, when you gotta go, you gotta go.
Hey, I think that's with anybody's age when they're drinking. When you got to go, you got to go.
That's true. I won't deny that.
You ain't holding it.
There's another drink I want to share with everybody that you sent me that I was intrigued by because I have made some post flavor drinks with milk. And this looks like it's with milk. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Absolutely wrong.
Oh shit.
Absolutely wrong.
All right, well tell me about it.
So that is my Oaxaca chocolate and Oaxaca coffee bean
Oh wow.
that I ground it by hand, and I peel each cocoa bean and grind up the coffee and the cocoa together, and I infuse that, and then that is shaken with whipped cream.
Whipped cream. Okay.
Whipped cream.
So basically, it is a dairy product.
It's whipped. Yeah. I mean, yes. But I mean, you can use a lot of people, they'll use a creamer, but with the mixologist, he says no. Like the coffee and the chocolate flavor is right there. He's like, the only thing you need is just the whipping. And he made that up. And oh boy, that is a Catahio times 10.
As much as I like my coffee, I'm sure that tastes really good.
Oh, yes, sir.
Now,
Yes,
this one
sir.
here, the last one I have, but it looks very fruity, and I want to try it.
Yep. That is again made with my Caballero that has the clove, the ginger, the cinnamon, and the natural honey all together that he mixed in with a grapefruit, a cranberry, and a splash of squirt.
Okay.
And of course, garnished it with the dehydrated orange.
Right. Yeah.
And again, top notch. One of those just nice, refreshing drinks that is very dangerous because you can just keep drinking and keep drinking it. And by about the fourth or fifth one, you're not going to know how deep you are in until your feet are fucking right over your head.
Yeah.
That or your head are in your socks.
That's me. That's me.
Right. So,
yeah, that being said, there's some pictures here that I'm able to bring up now that I couldn't before. Which this is a picture of you, Isaiah.
Israel, yeah.
Israel, yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome. In front of that painting, that's what kills me. And we already did that one.
Pacheco. And that is again the famous chef Susanna Palazuelos in Israel at my house for a second tasting, and her trying out the new flavors to endorse them and put them in all of her restaurants around Mexico.
That's awesome. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that pretty much covers everything of what I got and everything you sent me because I downloaded it. You sent me some stuff kind of last minute, if you will. But those
Right.
are the drinks. Those videos that you sent me, I was not able to download. It just wouldn't download on my computer. So
Okay.
apologize for
No.
that, but it is what it is,
Yeah.
right?
It is what it is. Not
Yeah,
a big problem.
There was two videos you sent me, and this one I showed it earlier. And this one I was able to download. The other one I was not. That was with the mixologist, right?
Correct.
I thought so. Yeah, awesome, man. It's cool that you can hook up with a mixologist like that. Um, I went to mixology school at one point. I never became a bartender. I never became a bar back. I just went because I thought I would.
Sure.
And but I did while I went to the mixology school. I did get the one. I was the only one who had a perfect pour.
Nice.
So when you're making a drink, yeah, I was the only one that got a perfect. You know, they put you up there and they're calling out all these different drinks. They're like if you were at a bar and the waitress or whoever's coming up and ordering drinks for you, right? And you're making these mixed drinks. I was the only one that had a perfect pour. I like it. Actually, I got lucky is what I did.
You're banging the teacher. Shut up.
I was doing it 1001, 1002. Okay, yeah.
Right. Right.
But yeah, dude, I would love very much in the future. I know we're going to stay in touch. We'll stay in
Sure.
contact.
Absolutely.
Definitely love in the future to come down and visit you. We got to make it happen. Like you said, it's just a matter of what I got to do, right? It's up to me.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's that, but I'm also going to be coming up to the States too. Probably here in January. You know, I know that there's an event that's going on.
Cool.
And so I'm going to try and make it up there. That's in, I think, North Carolina, the Hillbilly Jam.
In January?
I thought it was January.
Well, there's two hillbilly jams in North Carolina. One is in February, which they call
Maybe it was
winter
February. Maybe it was February.
jam. They call that winter jam, and it's
Yeah.
mostly a meet and greet thing where all the moonshiners get together. We go to Maggie Valley. We go to the local tavern there, and everybody just meets and greets. And Mark Ramsey, people show up. You know, Amanda Bryant, everybody shows up. Hey, how are you? We have drinks together. Blah blah blah. That's basically it. And I mean, not to say there's not fans or whatever that show up. They do, and they're part of it. It's all fun. We have a good time, but it's mostly for the winter jam. It's mostly a meet and greet. Winter jam or summer jam is a whole different story.
Yeah.
That's usually in July, and Becky Ramey puts that on, and I don't know what's going to happen between either or both of them because of the Hurricane Helene.
Right.
I know talking to Jason Holden, who's a master distiller, he does his own stuff. He's in Maggie Valley.
Mm-hmm.
And I had him on a podcast about 3 weeks ago, and we talked about Maggie Valley, and they're pretty much under control. They're totally, I don't want to say they're 100% back to recovery, but he
Right.
said they're very operable and they're not near as bad as a lot of others.
They're on their way
Right. And
of recovering.
my daughter, Cassie, she has looked into their hotel reservations where we always hold winter jam and summer jam. She said the hotel is open and they're all operable and accepting people booking rooms. So I'm pretty sure, as far as I know, winter jam is still up and
Winter Jam's still open.
as far as I know. I'll have to research it better. I can reach out to Becky and ask her because she's the one that runs the whole thing.
Yeah.
I will reach out to her and find out for sure. I know Cassie and I both talked about going to that event just because I've been to it the last 3 years. It's a good time, man. Just meeting and greeting everybody and just hanging out and having drinks and shots and talking shit. It
Well,
is.
see, and that I definitely want to make sure that was still going on before I booked my tickets from Mexico all the way back there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll let
You
you
know?
know, buddy. I'll reach out to Becky and ask her. You can also Google it, but if it's still going, I'm sure it'll say if it is or not. But I also know there's a lot going on in that area, so it might not be up to date. I don't know, but I will reach
Right.
out to Becky herself because her and I are personal friends. I'll reach out to her. She's the one that runs it. If she said yeah, it's a go, then I'll let you know.
Perfect.
Winter Jam's a good time. I've been to the last 3. I've always never left disappointed. Met plenty of moonshiners, got together, we had great times, had shots, had dinner, you name
Yeah.
it. We had a good time, So winter jam's always a good time. And hell yeah, I recommend it to anybody. Really
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to meet a lot of the people that I've spoke to on these podcasts and individually, face to face, like, Phil Billy, you're like yourself, like, Nick Callow. He's also been an awesome help. And Randy and Fred and all everybody.
The first time I met Nick Kalo was at Winter Jam.
Was that right?
Yeah. And I met JB Rayner there, Damon and Tom Crum. They both like to go to Winter Jam. They're usually there. And yeah, you'll meet them. It's cool.
Oh, yeah.
It's always fun. It's a good time. Like I said, we always end up at Jerry Benson's place, hanging out, having shots, and just talk shit and have a good time,
Right.
man. We talk shop, and it's always a good time. It really is.
that's what I'm looking forward to. You know, just sitting down, just shooting the shit with everybody. You know,
That's the best time, really. When it's winter jam like that, it's more of a meet and greet. You have more time to meet and talk to people on a one-on-one basis more than you do summer jam because there's a lot more fans involved. You know what I'm saying?
right?
With winter jam, there's not as many fans involved, so you have more time where it's just one-on-one.
Yeah,
Like me and JB Raider, we sat down and talked for a couple hours. We're just bullshitting, talking politics, doing shots, having a good time. We had a great time. Great guy, super guy.
hmm
And same with Amanda Bryant. I had a good time sitting with her, just having conversations, just talking shit, you know. And
yeah,
Nick Caleb as well.
yeah. I mean, definitely people that I would be interested in meeting and just talking about the same shit that we've been talking about this whole time.
Oh yeah,
You know,
they're great
just
people.
kind of just shooting the shit.
They're,
Um,
they're no
am I the
different than
person to get starstruck by individuals? No.
what's cool about that whole thing. I was in the beginning, but once I started talking to them, no, we're just same. I put my pants on the same way you put your pants on. You know?
Yeah, and I explained this to Randy too. Is like I look at this business to where a lot of people that are in it, they're doing it to make a living.
Yeah.
That's their life. And me, like, I don't need to do that. I'm doing this for others, and I know I preach that a lot, but I mean that's the truth to it. I don't need to do it for a living. Like I'm retired. I'm done. But I'm choosing to do this because I mean this is what my heart tells me to do, and this is where I want to go with it. It's a hobby, something that turned into from a hobby into another adventure. I can't say it a career, just an adventure.
Right.
Is what makes this so special.
You saying
Yeah.
that brought up another subject that I wanted to ask you during the podcast is what did you do for a living before you moved to Mexico?
So I I bought and flipped houses. I had a masonry company. I worked for the third largest masonry contractor at the same time as all this was going on. Plus, I invested into stocks through gas, oil, crypto. And, during the pandemic, everybody kind of just went shallow on everything and things plummeted. Well, when everything plummeted, I fucking bought in and I bought a lot and I obviously capitalized on that because I know what goes down must go up, so that's really what my focus was. But not a lot of people would understand that in 2019, I was under a bridge. I was living in a tent.
Wow.
I was homeless. And I got myself out of it, got myself into a home. And then in 2020, I was in the tornado in Nashville. And it was 1:30 in the morning. I just got off work and I was taking a shower and my walls started shaking. The lights started flickering on and off. I was like, what the fuck is going on? And I get up and my room was in the downstairs of the house. And I start walking up the stairs and my whole roof ripped off of my house.
Wow. Holy crap.
And everything was destroyed. And it was like, well, shit. And at this point, like I was saving up a good amount of money and I just kept investing and kept investing. And then, a week later, COVID hits and my job shuts down. And then nobody wants to work.
Right.
So then it's all like, fuck. All right, what do I do now? Now it's I just gained everything back. Finally just running back up and everything's going well. And then the next thing you know, it's everything just boom, fucking taken again. So at that point, it was like, well, what do you do? Well,
Right.
you keep going and you keep going
Yeah.
and you don't stop. And yep, okay. So then I tell myself right back into a tent and I just saved everything and I invested. And that's all I did. And it was like 3/4 of my paycheck that I would make, I would sit there and I would invest and I would invest. And then once the economy boomed and the stock markets boomed, I sat there and I looked at what I had in my account and it was just like, holy shit. Like, here I am. Here I go. So then I went into buying real estate, bought, flipped houses, built up my equity even more. And, now from that point till now, I own 8 different properties all over the country. And I have 3 properties here. And until everything's on a buy and hold, I rent those out. And, this is my life now.
You have a similar, very similar to what I grew up with. My parents, my stepfather was buying realty through, I can't remember the terminology, but when they didn't pay the taxes, it went up on the courthouse for bid, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he would bid and get these houses. At the end
Yep.
of the day, he owned 16 properties.
Yeah.
They rented them out. And he was a carpenter, so he'd go ahead and fix them up and rent them out.
Yep.
But did great. Me on a personal level, being single and working a lot of overtime, I have a lot of extra money, and I started looking into the stock market. And I'm not stupid, but I'm not very educational. Okay,
Right.
So, but I was just reading some things, looking into some things, and I highly recommend anybody watching this that you do a fake stock exchange. Just go in and look at, there's games you can play that they give you money to start off with, say $20,000. You can do these fake stocks. You can try these things out for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that's exactly what I did. I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna follow these stocks. I read about them. I would research them, and I would look into them. Okay, now I got this fake money over here. I'm gonna try these stocks. And sure shit, you know what? I'm telling you, and Patrick, you're 100% right. Whatever goes down is gonna go up. And that's what I did. I'd watch these fake stocks. They were real-time stocks, but it was fake money.
It was fake money. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I educated myself by doing that. So I would buy these stocks with this fake money at a low when it went low. And sure enough, 3 or 4 days later, it would go through the roof. And guess what? I sold it.
Right.
Next thing I know, I'm at $1 million. I'm like, holy fuck, that was easy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me try this on real time. So I did. I did that, but here's the kicker. I gotta point this out. Patrick, I started with $100, $100, and I bought penny stock.
Yeah.
And I bought this one stock that I thought, okay, this is the one I'm going to invest in. Dude, I'll drop $100 on a date in a heartbeat. So, okay, I won't go out that week,
Right. Have they ever told you not to put all your eggs in one basket?
Well, I did. I did. And I'm glad I did, because it ended up quadrupling.
You ran into some dumb luck, did you?
I did. Because I was just trying it out, right? $100 is nothing. I'll put all my $100 on this one stock, and it quadrupled within 2 months.
Yeah.
I sold it. I'm glad I did. I ended up with $600 instead of 100. So it went. I don't know the terminology for 6 times, but yeah. Then I turned around. I took that money, and then I started buying other stuff. I'm playing with their money. It's not my money. It's
Right.
not my money.
Right.
I didn't work hard for this money. I just played the stock.
Right.
And it got to the point where me and my wife, I would cash out on a stock. And they were all penny stocks, every one of them. And
Right.
Teach your own. Anybody buys stock, teach your own. You want to do penny stocks, you want to do other stocks, it's your preference.
Right.
Penny stocks was mine at the time. I've lost a lot of money during penny stocks, but I gained more than I lost. I gained more than I lost. So I can't tell you the numerous times where I've cashed out with $600, $900. Me and the wife would go on a mini vacation. It's free money. Let's go, honey. Let's go check out the beach for a weekend.
Yeah.
You know, we had a great time. And that is exactly how I got the money through stocks to buy my first still.
Yep.
Through North Georgia Stills. That's how I got it. And the other thing was I bought this one stock for 0.0001 cents. That's 1,000th of a cent.
Yep.
And I bought 1 million shares.
Hell yeah. Good for you.
It cost me $100.
Don't matter.
Dude, I kept putting my mail aside, right? I kept getting this information from the stockbroker that I was going through. I kept putting it aside. One day I decided to open it. I opened it up and read it and going, are you fucking kidding me? My $100 went to $7,600 on a $100 investment. I cashed that motherfucker out.
Right. So this was this last? No, this was last year. Last year, I had a friend of mine that worked for a company, and he was having some troubles. It was in New Mexico in Ruidoso, and he was all like, I really need your help. Do you mind, he's like, I know you're retired. Do you mind coming out of retirement, helping me with this project? I said, all right. You're a friend of mine. I got you. I'll come. Well, I didn't know that there was a casino there. And, and you go on my TikTok, you will see 3 months. In 3 months, I came up $45,000 in 3 months. I don't know what it was. It was kind of like the Vegas vacation with Papa Giorgio. It's like, I put $1 in, I win a car. I put $1 in, I win a car. It was that. I was just, I'd go in. I was like, I'll go. I'll just spend $200. I plan on losing it, and it was just like jackpot, 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 and I was like, no fucking way. I hit jackpots anywhere between $1,600 up to $11,000, and I would always go in with just $200 to spend, and I just took all those winnings and I just invested it. It was just insane. I couldn't believe it. I'll send you the video. You'll look at it. You'll be like, "What? Holy shit!"
Absolutely, I appreciate that. I as well have had the same luck when it comes to casinos. When I go to a casino, I go like you said, $200. If I lose it, it's done, it's gone, whatever.
Yeah,
but I always come out a fucking winner every time, man. I'm like, what the fuck? It might only be $100, but I always come home ahead.
Right.
Um, this one time I was on a cruise ship. I'll never forget this. I love telling this story because they try to distract you. And I was on a cruise ship where I was at the craps table.
Okay. Yeah.
Or, no, not craps, but roulette. Roulette. I was on roulette.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm just running the numbers through my head. That's all I was doing. I started off with $100. I put $100 on the table, and I was doing this, doing that. Okay, blah blah blah. And I ended up. I was $1,600 ahead at one point. That's when the guy that the dealer, if you will, the guy rolling the the marble, you can see he did this motion. This guy came over. He started talking to me, distracting me. Hey,
Yeah.
you're a big winner. You're doing good. We want you to join the club. Blah blah. Dude, you know I started fucking losing after that because that motherfucker.
I bet. I bet.
I said, fuck it. When I was $800 ahead, I was on that cruise ship. I said, fuck it. I grabbed my money. I said, I'm out of here.
They like to pull them sneaky tricks.
Yeah, they do. They purposely distract you for that very reason. Because I don't know if you want to call it counting the numbers or whatever, like they do in blackjack, but I was keeping track.
It's so hard to count numbers on roulette.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, honestly, roulette's roulette.
Yeah.
Like it is a guessing fucking game. You know, there's not a strategic way to do it. I mean, there are ways to where you can like up your percentage of winning and make a minimal amount, but as far as like hitting big on roulette, no. There's not. But it was like I won everything off of slot machines.
That's cool.
That's I never expected that in my life. It was so crazy.
There's this one time I went back home to Missouri to visit some friends and family, of course. And we decided, me and two of my best friends decided to go out to the casino. Okay, let's go. Cool. We'll go out there. And me and my best buddy's wife were kind of scoping out all the slots. We're just scoping them out, blah, blah, blah. We came up to one where this girl had been sitting there for a while. She was playing. When she got up and left. So I sat down in her place. And I knew from a rule of thumb, if you see where you keep coming up doubles but not triples, you want to play it. Play it 10 times and you'll win.
Yep.
So I did. Dude, the first pull I hit, $5,000.
Hell yeah.
Man, I was yelling and screaming. This bitch came over. That's my seat. That's my seat. Bitch, you got up and left.
You didn't see my chair that was tipped over? Oh, yeah, shut up.
I was like, well, this bitch, she was all kinds of headache for a little while. She probably went away. But yeah, they kept in the first pull. I was like, fuck yeah.
Yeah, you run into those, and I was always that snake watching people dump a bunch of money into it, and then getting up and leaving in frustration. I'd be like, okay.
That's what I want. Yeah. Exactly, you're exactly right. When they get up, they sit there and pump. When they get up and leave, that's the one you want.
Yeah, like yep. Okay, that's that's mine.
It's the point is going to pay.
Myself, it's 11:30.
All right, buddy.
I'm tired here.
Hey, Patrick, it's great having you, man. You're more welcome anytime, sir. We'll touch base more often in the future. We'll hook up. But
most definitely.
Thanks for coming on. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate you and everything that you guys do. Everything that you're doing with the Uncle Moonshine. I see where you're going, and you're going up, man. And I'm glad that I'm going to be here and be as part of one of your supporters. And I'll be your biggest cheerleader over here on the side of Mexico.
Appreciate you, man.
Absolutely. You take care. We'll talk soon.
All right. Good night, sir.
Good night.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for popping in, watching. Mornings and Moonshine. We're always trying to improve and bring on special guests like Patrick. Um, hopefully, in fact, I don't have anybody for next Tuesday just yet. I'm working on it. But the following Tuesday, I will make an announcement who it's going to be. And I'm sure it will not disappoint, especially for educational about moonshine. So be sure to tune in. Love you guys. Support you. So, thanks for supporting me. Love each and every one of you. I really mean that wholeheartedly. I do. Catch you next time. Shine on.